Bicho Betinho!
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 18. We are getting closer to the end each and every day. The competitors should understand by this point, they need to be serious, especially if they're not top 7. I think top 7 is quite solidified at this point, but you never know. There might be a team, hey, their journey might not be over just yet, but we've seen a lot of storylines end yesterday, and more might even start today. But like I said, it's going to only get harder from here. The competitors are in Sao Paulo. They need to get serious, and I think they understand the position that they're currently in. After all, it is Group B's day to try and go big when it comes to their bonus points. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. Great to have you two back on the desk. Dave, how's everything been?
Hey man, doing great. What a beautiful sunset, by the way, in Brazil. We saw right there with the drone shot. I mean, setting the scene, live footage here from the ground. So Friday night, man, it's a good night to be here. It's a good night to be casting alongside you two and watching some PUBG Mobile. So thanks for having me.
Of course, Dave. Look, I don't have to invite you. You're welcome.
You invited me. You sent me the email. You said, Dave, Friday the 11th, are you available? I said, yes, I am. For this, I am. I am for this.
I think it's quite literally reversed, but we'll go with that story at least on camera. Tiff, great to see you. How's everything been?
Hey, it's been absolutely epic, and it's been a couple of days, right? You start missing the PUBG Mobile fam, you start missing what's been going on, and you're like, I'm ready to be back and see all the action, especially with just a few days left.
Yeah, just a few days, right? It seems like yesterday we started off the fall season. Now we're getting closer to the end. There's only 20 days total. Hey, today's number 18, so 3 days left. Sunday is when the fall season will come to a conclusion, and we'll know who our champions are. And speaking of one team that is closer to becoming that champion, it's Influence Rage. They did exactly what they needed to do yesterday throughout their games. They did start off a little bit sluggish yesterday, Dave, throughout their first 3 games. However, on the back end of the 3 games, they finished off strong. A winner-winner chicken dinner on Sanok with 12 eliminations, and back-to-back seconds on Miramar and Erangel with 5 and 13 eliminations, respectively. Through those 3 maps, they were able to jump up past Team Liquid, past other rosters like Twisted Minds, into second place. Still a long gap before they reach Alpha7, but they did what they needed to do.
Yeah, one of the partner teams from Brazil. You got Diego, you got Law, you got little boy LaRosen. I mean, this team firing on all cylinders, and you said it, 3 solid games on the tail end of last night to solidify my point of being the momentum conductor, train, hyper, whatever you want to call it here. Point is, momentum's a real thing in PUBG Mobile, and once when you get it going, there's no stopping you. We kind of saw that from Team Liquid in the first and second week. We saw that last week from Alpha7, and now today, Influence Rage on that momentum train tonight.
That's it. If we look at the stats, they earned 116 points yesterday with 36 elims, and again, they did exactly what they needed to do. 80 is where we wanted to see them by the end of the night, but they exceeded those expectations with 116. Got to give them credit where credit is due.
Yeah, I think that's really solid for them to walk away with 116 points, considering that first start to their series yesterday really wasn't that great. A couple finishes outside the 10th place, but then you go into the back half and you get a win and a couple second place. And next thing you know, your average placement is looking more like 6 and finally on par. But that just seems to be the story for what a lot of our teams do have going on those points days that they need it to matter most.
That's it. And today, again, Group B, the group that typically scores the lowest has to score the highest if some of them want to break into top 8 or solidify, top 7 or break into the top 7. That's up at risk for AGG and Furia. But one team that's been on fire, they're in first place for a reason. That's Alpha7. They have been absolutely stellar. Kogo's been the main discussion since the very start of the season, Dave. Yeah. But hey, he's got some competition. Revo hot on his heels, 2 eliminations away from catching up.
Yeah, Kogo really taking the foot off the gas here just a little bit in the final week. Kogo has been holding on to his title throughout the entire season, and we've been praising homie for that. But Revo looking to take back the title. If I'm not mistaken, Revo also had the MVP in spring. Might need a fact check on that. Okay, there you go with the fact check. So my dudes out here trying to make the back-to-back seasons with MVP. Not to mention the MVP, you also get some additional money. I believe $3,000. So Revo looking to get some more money on top of the $500,000 that they've already acquired this year.
That's right, man. Here's the head-to-head Kogo versus Revo, and this is specifically for week 4. Tiff, this gives you a true indication of how good Revo's been and how much Kogo has let off the gas.
Yeah, see, this is tough. Like, it's actually scary looking at it, because I love that Dave brought up the spring season, right? Because you look at the MVP, not only that, he was the gunslinger. He was the week 1 and week 3 top fraggers, but then you come into the fall for Americas, and I'm like, what is happening? Everyone's talking about Colgoat, but over the past week, you can see just that stark difference in the sheer amount of eliminations from week number 4. And it's like, you cannot let off the gas at this point. If I'm Colgoat, I'm coming into today swinging, knowing that there's only a few more days left, and I want to just finish this thing out on top.
But the question is, right, Tiff, it's like Team Queso, they've also let off the gas completely. I believe only 30 points over the past couple of days. And Kogo, you know, he's great. He's a superstar. But if the rest of his roster is underperforming, Kogo can only do so much.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, we started talking about Team Liquid just last week, kind of the steam just going downhill, and now Team Queso seems to do the same thing. You look at the week 1 top fragger for fall, it's Ayala. Then week 2, it was Chief. Then it moves on to Colgoat for week 3, and I'm like, okay, so we're really setting the scenes here to just give MVP and potential gunslinger straight back to Revo. Because Alpha7, we spoke to them, we got that one interview, I believe it was towards the end of week 2 or maybe beginning of week 3, when they were saying, yes, we finally have gotten the top of the leaderboard. We finally understand and corrected all the small mistakes that we started right from the beginning of fall, and we are just kind of setting our sights on the future, but making sure that we end this on top.
Well, let's talk about teams looking to end up on top, and we look at our standings going in to day number 18. We'll start top and then go down to the bottom. Alpha7, Dave, they broke 1,000 points. They broke 500 eliminations. I don't know if they'll break 400 placement points. That's quite a bit. But regardless, though, they have done everything that we expected them to do, being the Esports World Cup champions, and they continue to excel.
Yeah, last time I was here, it was the battle between Alpha7 and Team Liquid. Team Liquid, hold up, 4th place right now. My goodness. Hopefully with their bonus points tomorrow, they can play catch up. But Influence Rage, only 70 points behind. I say only, but they have been on the up and up. So honestly, Alpha7, keep doing what you're doing, but also keep tabs on Influence Rage, because they are coming for that 1st place position.
Yes, they are, and they're trying their best, but they don't have double points anymore, right? So they're going to have to do it through regular points. And Alpha7, they have double points coming up on Sunday. A scary prospect for all rosters out there, including Influence Rage, who also have to deal with Twisted Minds. But as we work our way down, Tiff, one of the things we've been focused on is Loops, right? Loops fighting hard to get within to the top 5. They finally do it. They're 2 points above Team Queso. They both have double points tomorrow, but Loops and Team Queso neck and neck, and Team Queso's been on the downward trend. How far can they drop?
Don't say how far can they drop, man. No, I know you gotta poke at it, especially if they just have not been performing that well. But hopefully they can turn some things around on their double points day tomorrow. But then you still look at it on the entire front page here. Team Queso has the least amount of double points from any group on the page, and even comparison to Team Liquid and Loops Esports, who's still in that same group C, which would be on the same day, right? You would want them to at least break that triple digits. They've had 10 winner chicken dinners. You've got a solid amount of eliminations. The only thing that they seem to be missing are those double points days, making it work better for them, and then maybe finishing in those higher positions.
And then speaking of wanting to finish in higher positions, I was hoping Vicious would on their double points yesterday, but they didn't do what they needed to do, and therefore they will have to remain where they currently are. Now the story transfers over towards AGG today, Dave. They are Group B. Of course, Intense Game, Navy SEALs, they are as well, but they're so far down, they're not going to be within that conversation. But AGG, 670. They have to get about 100 points to break it to top 7. Is it realistic?
Yeah, so AGG, 137 points, and then Furia with 65. I think if we're looking at the Group B teams today, Furia definitely in the most realistic spot to take that top 5. AGG, Listen, it's the final week. Use everything you got, everything you learned over the last 4 weeks. Just bring it together and really utilize this double points day and go out strong. Regardless of what happens, just give it your all. And hopefully at the end of the day, we'll be talking about AGG having a pop-off performance. So AGG, last chance here, in my opinion.
I think so. I definitely think so. And the reason why is you think about PMGC points. That's what opened up 2 additional spots. And this list pretty solidified. Now, there could be another miracle run for X Factor. Let's talk about NA, right? Catching up to Inco. They had their chance yesterday, though, and it didn't work out. X Factor didn't do what they needed to do. They started off strong, they finished off weak, and Inco Gaming matched their energy and was able to continue to keep that distance, which is a shame. It truly is. So now, the storyline for going into these next 6 games has to be Furia and AGG. They are both on their double points day. Furia already within top 7, trying to hold it down, but they didn't have the best day yesterday. But AGG didn't either, but they are a team that can catch up to Furia. So if Furia gets shut down today and AGG has a stellar day on their bonus points, they could break into top 7. A scary prospect for Furia, but something they're going to have to own. Let's get into game number 1. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Okay, let's do it. Back to Erangel, the tried, the true, the tested. But you're right, Dave. We got to keep an eye on All Glory Gaming. And a lot of the times we've seen them take those wins, it has been on Erangel. So I would love to see them kick some things off today here.
Yeah, AGG, this is your chance to really climb up the overall leaderboards. You got 6 games, your last double points of the tournament. Let's see what you are made out of. They've had some struggles throughout the 4 weeks. I think their main struggle has been their rotations, especially in the early to mid game. They're constantly losing 1, losing 2 of their players really early on, really setting them at a disadvantage when it comes to the late game and their team fighting abilities. So hopefully today they pull it all together and we get some solid games from the fellas.
Hey, that's what we need. And you see that initial play zone pop straight towards the north, and I'm just convinced that PUBG Mobile is out here wanting to just gift Alpha7 some of the most simple rotations that they possibly could have. So teams like Twisted Minds, Influence Rage, Team Liquid down there on Military Base Island will have one of the, I say the most difficult rotations, but you see the bridge there on that eastern side. Whoever gets there first and gets ahead of it should be able to rotate up to the east.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, but all those teams, they should know by now who's dropping there, who's near there. So they are probably going to look to just get their loot, rotate on out of here as soon as possible, probably utilizing the east bridge. Will we see a bridge camp? Maybe, possibly. I mean, Twisted Minds, they're in 3rd place. Team Liquid 4th place right behind them. So that would be like an interesting little skirmish amongst the top squads in the lobby. But talking about skirmish, we're looking at Inco right now. We're looking to see if they got what it takes. Tomorrow's going to be Inco's double points day, but of course, this is a squad who's looking to really come on the up and up. But another important takeaway is these are the 2 teams fighting for that 1 position, the PMGC points. As it stands right now, X Factor 101 points behind Inco. If X Factor can drop every game, frag out, slay out, maybe there's a shot. People don't believe me, but maybe there's a shot that X Factor could be the invited team, and it starts with taking out Inco Gaming early on.
I feel like you're just saying that very confidently just to have that copium level. And I really want that for you. I think that's going to be exciting. But until I start seeing some action, it's really hard for me to get behind it because, it's pretty much a gauntlet. 20 total days of gameplay on LAN, so many days a week. It's just you get into your flow. And for the teams that are like kind of tapering off and maybe on that downward trend, I'm like, come on. It's not too late. Let's kind of set some things straight. But you're sitting in 11th on the overall standings. We got a lot of room to move on up. Plus those points that we're talking about, you got to be perfect, and it's really tough to ask for that.
It's like that meme how the guy poking the rock, seeing if it moves still. Like I don't know what it's called.
Come on, do something.
Come on, do something. There it is. There you go. That's what I'm looking at right now. Between the 2 squads fighting for that PMGC golden ticket. And right now we got Wancho in the in the dirt with the UMP, just trying to scoot on back and not be spotted. What looks like might be his near death, as I see Loops driving out there in the distance, and homie's just chilling. I mean, this is the perfect come on, just do something meme. Perfect analogy from, of course, truly Mustache Dave. Yep.
I get a little nervous though, right? So I respect that we are just kind of crawling it all out, because how many times have we seen teams with maybe a solo member just kind of out there on their own looking for angles? Of course, you pan over to the inside of the building with X Factor's baton, and it's the same but different, and they're just directly across from each other, both kind of crawling around here, just trying to be stealth. Respectful.
The high octane action we should expect from North America and PMGC. Now, the real thing is, I mean, all jokes aside, Inco, they got 2 at school and they got 2 over here kind of dealing with X Factor. The thing is that Inco, the 2 at school, they're not really on their approach yet to support Wancho and squad mates, which is a big red flag in my opinion. But X Factor still not recognizing this, kind of taking a lot of time. As I say, that nice little lean peak right there to take out inactive. But it goes to the point where Inco, where's the support? You know, Wancho was holding it down, was prone, was waiting for the help. We just didn't get it from the 2 other teammates from school.
Yeah, it's true. And then you see kind of like this utter breakdown for the roster. And that's unfortunate when you're down to a duo. You've got Nenabete and Vitali, and Wancho even then gets picked off from that initial position. But we've kind of had a couple different teams already at the start of match number 1 lose out on a few. We lose out on 1 member of Furia. The Navy SEALs already had, I believe, a couple get eliminated. So it's just these random initial fights on rotation that we cannot afford to have that go down, especially for Latin Kings X Navy SEALs. They're on their double points day. But then you would set your sights on Furia, All Glory Gaming. If Furia is already down to a trio, All Glory Gaming should be in the W. You just have to think about where they're currently situated, which already in that next play zone. They're around Furia. They got Alpha7 up towards their northwest, which can be dangerous for them.
Totally agree. Furia going to be losing a member early on. Going to set them back here on their double points. That opens up this game 1 for AGG. And well, when it comes to the Navy SEALs, they need like a ×10 points day. Honestly, they're 453 points behind. So I'm not really going to be. Who knows? Who knows? They might just ball out today, right? Best case scenario. I mean, who knows? Today's the day to do it. So that would be pretty exciting. But already losing a member. It is to be expected at this point from that squad in particular.
Yeah, that's asking for a lot. So we'll just chill here with VIP Esports as we see them kind of get that rotation moving on in as they look to situate themselves kind of dead center around Alpha7, just south of Loops. You can kind of see them on the horizon, but it's all about getting that information, seeing what is available that we can maybe use for cover, where do we want to play from, especially knowing that a lot of the teams from the southern side of things, such as like Twisted Minds, Influence Rage, Team Liquid, hailing from Military Base Island, they're all going to be making very late rotates up here towards the north.
Yeah, kind of going back to Inco, it looks like they sent it to Yesnaya to continue their loot here. We'll see what they can accomplish as just a solo. It's going to be Nenabete, the last one alive after that early skirmish up against X Factor. The 2 teams fighting for that North America PMGC golden ticket here this week, the final week to do it. But AGG, double points day. They got a nice little spread over here in this cube area overlooking Georgia Pool. This is a great position when it comes to possibly gatekeeping some squads on their rotate across that bridge. Let's see if AGG can take advantage of it here this game. They got Furia out there to the west. They got IG on the mountaintops of them. Of course, another team that's been in the discussion. Team Queso. Really haven't seen much from them this week. They do have their double points tomorrow, but another team, started really strong in the tournament, super consistent, and now the final week starting to just kind of let their foot off the gas here a little bit. I know we still got 3 more days to go. So hopefully we can see something from Team Queso.
Well, here, Twisted Minds on your screen. You can already see them getting peppered on that rotation. We saw the play zone shift just a bit towards that southwestern side of things where Furia, Alpha7, VIP Esports, Team Queso, and Intense Game find themselves okay. But as I say, speaking of okay, Vicious Trying to find the remnants of the Navy SEALs, and it looks to be relatively enough. There should just be one more player left standing somewhere, and the Missions have they've claimed this compound for themselves.
This is theirs. More like a welcoming mat right there from the Navy SEAL. Hey, come on in. I got some loot. I got some 5.56. I got some grenades. I got some first aid kits. You can have it. And going over to the Vicious right there. Twisted Minds up here near shooting range, doing some scouting. Rataboy in the front lines with his squad mate, finding out that there's going to be a team down there in those compounds, so they're probably going to pull back just a little bit. I'm a little bit worried about Twisted Minds, though, because they're going to be pretty much sandwiched between Alpha7 and Loops, two really, really aggressive squads in the lobby up here in the north. So we'll see how they can manage, because Twisted Minds, a team that has been on the up, constantly improving. Every single week we see them. PMSL spring, they were known as the Death Wolves. They finished top 4. They went to the World Cup. They were 13th overall in the world, and now they're showing up here once again. 3rd place. Like, Twisted Minds, talk about just improving every tournament. This is a squad that a lot of people have had their eyes on for a hot minute, and I gotta say they are looking prime.
They definitely are. Guizhou, indeed, one of the top 3 player elimination leaders, just behind Revo and Colgoat. But for NRG, still trying to take this poke battle against Intense Game, who are just above them on the rocks. I would love to see Spec here, see if we can make something work with this 8x scope, the distance we're trying to cover here. Maybe let the frag grenades kind of do some of that opening damage, and I love how we're not overextending, so a little bit more reserved here for match number 1.
Yeah, fortunate for both teams. They kind of have like the off angle. They got Spec on the south and then Huyuya in the north. So Spec is going to allow his squad mates to utilize the southern ledge of this cliff to move around. That's what we're seeing right now. Is now Casper is going to be in the front lines with the grenades, trying to get that initial knock. And IG, they got the same game plan with Huyuya in the north, kind of protecting the north side of the mountain. So each team has their own little ledge that they can work with when it comes to maneuvering. Let's see what Remix can do right now.
Oh, patience. Not too bad there. Still checking behind to make sure no one's rotated on up. The smoke should dissipate soon, but I like the reposition here. But it almost just seems like this fight won't actually break out, that everyone's just going to focus on where they'd like to play positioning and not necessarily go out just yet, considering that play zone did just shift, and the majority of NRG have already used this time to decide we are just going to rotate in towards the south and maybe try to get around Intense Game elsewhere. Team Queso, they're already in that play zone trying to essentially gatekeep people from making that rotate on in, and you kind of see Revo, they're knocked near the shack. Twisted Minds up ahead, rolling into 9Z. You got DBS's galore in a battle. Finally a close range engagement.
Yeah, what a crash right there, trying to claim the underneath of this bridge, and it is just not working out right now for Twisted Minds. They already lost Rataboy in the mix, who was looking for the pickup. You got the last Navy SEAL doing what they do best, and that's patrolling the shoreline out here. But going back to that fight between NRG and IG, I feel like IG should have taken that engagement to wipe out NRG, or at least hurt them so that they can move forward into the zone. And we saw right there, IG just popped in their vehicles, and well, they lost one in the process. They're going to be in runes. So that's, I guess, a small W for them when it comes to positioning. They're going to be right next to Team Queso, so we'll see what they can accomplish moving forward. But Twisted Minds right now, main priority is picking up Rataboy. Got a couple smokes out there.
See if they connect. I was going to say, homie's got an absolute arm on him as we're still trying to navigate under the bridge. They know there's players around here, but we're genuinely 5 meters away from each other. Please tell me someone is going to catch wind.
Yeah, they definitely see them. The thing is, they're getting third party as well, so anytime anybody pokes their head up, they're immediately getting shot. Going over here, double points team, Furia on the high ground. NRG, they're still going to be on the side of Mount Everest, trying to make up their mind where they want to hold. But Furia, they rotated from the north. They're showing up now in the south. Looks like they did lose one of their players in the process, unfortunately. Looks like NRG gonna be possibly respecting this. I know we got 24K in the compounds just to the south of this here. But Spec looking like they want to possibly take this fight here.
Can't tell if we're baiting some things out. Elsewhere, you saw the Navy SEALs kind of fall. No more left. They've got all the space. Furia has none, right? They're in the blue. You see one go down. Silence and Akowski out towards the right. Fate and Spec still wanting to put that pressure on them as they disengage down the mountain on the left-hand side of things. You pop in the buggy and you just focus on going forward. Double point stay short, but you're down to a duo, and let's see how much you can do as that.
Yeah, I did like that play from Spec, popping in the buggy, kind of wrapping in the blue almost to catch Furia off guard with that off angle. Now Furia down to just 2. They got the new circle shift, and they just, like other squads, just immediately sending it into that water, going for that swimming strat to try to survive, try to claim some type of placement points. Going over here, though, in the north, we got Loops up against VIP. And both of these teams might be sandwiched by Influence Rage.
Ooh, not who you want to be sandwiched by, but it looks like VIP picks one member, Rafina, up on Loops. And this is the squad that just got into the top 5 on overall standings, albeit but not by much. Just 2 points ahead of Team Queso, who is still up in this lobby, all 4. So now Loops, a duo. Yelzada on your screen in the vehicle, and just because we just got to them, it just feels like things are starting to fall apart. You can see that north, there's going to be entirely too many players looking to rotate on in. You pop out the vehicle, you're in the open, and just some blades of grass trying to provide you cover. And you're falling apart left and right, and Loops Esports done and dusted here in match number 1.
I am so surprised his teammate jumped into that burning coupe that was on fire, asking for a ride right there, and they both end up getting taken out. Talking about the traffic jam up here, we got Influence Rage out and about, shooting anything that moves. It's going to be VIP, it's going to be AGG. All 3 of these teams are not in the play zone. The blue zone is going to start to shift here very shortly, but Diego pulling up, looking to get involved, looking to get some eliminations. This is a team who had a fantastic run yesterday, and they're looking to continue today with that momentum.
Only on, what, 2 eliminations thus far? Not too bad. Still just trying to put numbers on up and focus on the placements at hand. Still a relatively healthy lobby as that play zone shifts over the water here. And it's going to be interesting knowing that you need vehicles. You need kind of just the lay of the land, the hills for that cover. Just down south, you can see VIP Esports and their vehicles just wreaking havoc. And how do we kind of rip them on out of there, considering we still have to deal with the majority of these teams and clean out the north?
Ooh, I'm trying to see, like, Diego is right there on the smidge of the play zone. They're going to be right between the buggies in the smokes, trying to get some cover. AGG casually trying to run them over right there. I saw an AGG. And now they're making a quick U-turn because they realize there's another team in the area shooting at us. So it looks like they're going to be popping out their vehicles. They immediately third-partied from Alpha7, overlooking both of these teams. Unfortunate for AGG right there on their double point stay, losing 2.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I respect the drive-by, wanting to get that information, trying to cause havoc to Influence Rage, but it's Alpha7 that's actually getting the benefit of the majority. And you have to think, the last time we saw Revo, he was down on the ground. Teammates were able to get him back on up. Furia going out with 2 eliminations, but Revo, the task at hand for him is to eclipse Polgo for the player elimination leaderboard. 2 elims behind them, so he's like, yo, teammates, I don't care what you have to do. Get me back up on my feet. It's time to fry.
Alpha7, they are just so good at reading zones and playing it nice and slow and really always being on top, honestly. So right there, they're going to be taking their time, trying to clear out their backside in the north. They're actually going to be pushing towards the blue to third party this engagement between the Vicious and Influence Rage, trying to secure this before moving forward here. Looks like the Vicious, they did pull up right there. Got a couple eliminations in the pocket, but just like we were saying, Alpha7, they are ready to go, ready to pounce on their next prey.
Couple teams just fell on out. It's gonna be VIP Esports, NRG as well. Furia fell in 14th today for their double points day. Not really where you want to be, but That's tough because I'm like looking at it, I'm like, is anyone up? It's intense game. The only team on double points that's left standing, and you look where they are. They're on that southeastern side of things. You got Inco, Team Liquid, X Factor all ahead of them. It's Twisted Minds dead center. So you're gonna have a couple different collapses. You're gonna have Team Queso crossing that water, trying not to be spot out. Alpha7's gonna do some gatekeeping because Vicious is gonna have to decide which way they want to rotate on in, and Alpha7 is just gonna keep that pressure from afar. However, Rebo, 0 E-lives. The other teammates, you know, they're getting them, but we just need 2 to tie, 3 to eclipse.
I'm Revo. I'm like, come on, like $3,000. I'll give you like $100, right? Let me get that elimination right there. But huge grenade coming out right there. This is going to be Team Liquid underneath the bridge. Now, they do have a solo or maybe even a duo from X Factor that they will need to be cautious of. But looks like Team Liquid trying to throw some grenades at not 1 but 2 different teams right now, Tiff.
Hey, you've got them. Use them. One more frag for Cardozo here, but we're looking to play the underside of this bridge. Like I said, intense game. X Factor all around here. Vicious in the north has fallen, and well, from the distance, Cardozo gets picked up by X Factor. The full comes through, and you were talking about X Factor wanting to have that nice pop-off moment again today, despite not having double points. No, I think they had a pretty banger game yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. It was like a 40-point game.
Yeah, I believe they had one really solid game and not much after that, but they recognized the opportunity. They got 3 more days, and during those 3 days, they just need to overtake Inco, and they might just secure themselves that golden ticket. That is the goal right now for X Factor. And I love the position. They have Havlik on the island in the middle on the shoreline with the best angle possible to support his squad mates to be able to swim across and group up with them. And we saw that angle come into play with the fight moments ago with Team Liquid. So that is a heads up play right there from X Factor.
Well, Guizao here, making sure we can get Federal back up on their doggy paddle, I guess. I don't know what to say feet, but we're just out here like hovering in the water. You get a lay of the land, that play zone. You can see Team Queso there on that western side of things. Needs to get to land, but it's going to be Big Milo and Colgoat that are going to have to take down Twisted Minds unless they're just going to chill in this waterway underneath the bridge, maybe exercise some trigger discipline and not necessarily want to fight just yet, because you got Alpha7 who's got that care drop just above them, which will likely get some goodies for now, but they do have to keep on moving. 25 seconds or so before we kind of have to make sure we're inside that next play zone. But Team Liquid down to what, 3 players? Still not bad considering we usually lose 1 or 2 on rotation in the early game.
They were able to connect on the Havlik though, that angle I was mentioning. So that's a huge missed opportunity for X Factor, and best case scenario right now for Team Liquid. Now with that off angle no longer there, we can see Chief popping up right there with the shotgun, putting in some work right here. And that just goes to show you how crucial keeping Havlik alive across the river was for X Factor strategy right there. So Team Liquid currently racking up some eliminations, only 2, but they're still alive in the play zone. When we're looking at teams with the complete squad alive, Team Queso, the only team with the whole team still in it here on the west side.
Interesting. Maybe the trend of the downward spiral, the 30 points over the past 2 days, is about to end here, right? Colgoat already on 2 eliminations, 5 for the entirety of the team. And we see that we've made the majority of that rotation. Big Milo, Milos out there scouting in that next play zone with Bobby Potro and Colgoat just behind them, likely going to link up shortly. Team Liquid still kind of having those issues of running into some of those teams on that eastern side, but you have to remind yourselves, Alpha7, Twisted Minds there on the north. It's just Federal that is just trying to stay alive.
You got this. You got this. You hear the gunshots out there in the distance. That's going to be IG. Intense game, currently 389 points behind that 5th place position on their double points day. Down to a duo. Still alive here. Moving out of Sunken City. A lot of swimmers here this game, Tiff.
Definitely is. Well, Twisted Minds, we saw that last player fall, and it's down to the top 6 with 16 remaining players. And like you said, Team Queso still the only team with all 4 members up. X Factor down to a solo. IG down to a duo. So 9Z on your screen, they've got 3 up. not too bad here, considering we've got 5 eliminations across the board. And where they're situated, we could look to take angles onto Alpha7, which would be pretty detrimental towards their endgame.
Just getting away the land here. I'm trying to think the biggest winner from Group B so far. I know IG still have a duo alive, but Furia, they were able to secure 2 eliminations on their double points. AGG 0 eliminations, unfortunately. So far, Furia having the best game from Group B. Unless IG can top that. IG already find themselves in a top 6 situation, but that's only 2 points in placement points. Not going to do it. But over here, the solo from X Factor. I almost smell Chief crawling up right there, and Chief looking to get the squad wipe on X Factor and take him out here in game number 1.
Ooh, it's like that calm before the storm. 4 eliminations for X Factor, and Capri's just laying low. Doesn't have to move on out, but you can see Chief just across this little hill, right? And
right
he's
there.
Also kind of laying down. And I'm like, one of these players is going to stand up and recognize that we're incredibly close. Yeah, this free cam shot right here just kind of sets it on up. Chief is just laying down the bush.
Great bush. Yeah, and Capri's as well, the angle that he's in, there's a slight little dip. So it actually blocks the sight lines from IG from Sunken City that are right over there to the south. So might be able to survive a little longer. When it comes to players with the biggest challenge here, it has to be Alpha7 and 9Z up there on that little tiny island in the north, as we do see them now going to start to fight each other because the blue zone is no longer favoring this current position. Carrillo trying to open this one up with some grenades.
I was hoping for some connections there because it looked really close, but seems we're going to do some running in reverse, make sure we group on up with the rest of our Alpha7 teammates. Use the trees for the guidance, but we still have to kind of filter our way towards that next play zone. Carrillo kind of gets picked out from Pedrino. I'm not sure if he just got his elbow shot out or what just happened there. The angle that Pedrino was able to get, but Revo comes in with a trade, back on out, grabs the full, and now Revo, no smokes in hand, just gonna have to make sure we finish this one out. But I love that we jump on over to send a text to see it from that POV. The fact that Revo is able to grab that elimination and then focus on hitting the reset is so insane, and why this squad, Alpha7, is at the top.
And guess what, Tiff? That is 4 eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, that is Revo taking that first place spot on the overall eliminations leaderboard. We'll have to get a double check on that because Colgo is still alive this game as well. As we're looking at Team Queso with the whole squad up, looking to get the winner chicken dinner, but they will have to not only fight Alpha7, but also Team Liquid to get that chicken in game number 1.
It'll be really close considering I believe Colgoat did have a couple of eliminations too. Actually, if you see Team Queso up on 6, Big Milo already down. So we knew they were playing pretty split, but Papi Portro is there if we can go ahead and get that res. But look where Team Liquid is. Big Milo is so far in a danger zone. The Fool is going to come on through. You can see Alpha7 on the cross to be able to secure that one. Capri's out in the distance, still hasn't had to move just yet. Will within the next 5 or so seconds, but we've got an open end game, 5 teams left, and I'm ready to see the chaos just absolutely break out.
Yeah, next circle just straight up centers up, so all these players, sure, they got a little dip to work with for the time being to pop their heads up, take some shots, and then dip back down, reload, heal up, but that's not going to be the case here in a couple moments. And there goes X Factor, the solo that was behind Team Liquid for a hot minute, finally traded out. IG top 4 situations, intense game, double points day here, and they're gone, but at least they went out in 4th place. Get you 4 points, so it's going to be 8 total points in placement points for them.
Ooh, are we going to be able to kind of hit a little reset over here? Make sure we get Papi Portra back on up on their feet. Not too bad eliminations, but you kind of look at this, right? Carrillo is so far situated away from the team, and it's Revo out there looking for those eliminations. Understands the assignment, is currently on 5, which is massive, bringing them to double digits for Alpha7. Now, mind you, we lost out on one of their members of the team so early into match number 1, and they've just been operating as a 3-man and have been doing significantly well. Team Liquid, well, down to a duo for this end game, so a 3v3v2, and it's mostly just these frags opening things up with everyone targeting Team Queso.
Yeah, you had Alpha7 right there trying to take out the bridge trolls. Colgo popping up, trying to get some additional eliminations, but immediately traded out. There goes Team Queso right there in 3rd place. We hear the shotguns. Revo trying to fight for that first place on the overall eliminations, trying to get another elimination, gets it done, taking out Team Liquid, securing themselves their 17th winner chicken dinner here this season of PMSL.
17 wins. Can we just have a moment for them? Because this would be one of the only teams for the Americas Fall that we see potentially hit 20, which is just insane to say. Like, insane reflections.
Save the chicken. Save the chicken.
It's nutty, man. No, dude, they want to eat all the chickens, and they are. This is crazy because Alpha7 are breaking barriers. Not only have they hit 1,000 points total, which is the first time we've had during the PMSL Americas. During spring, they maxed out. I did it yesterday. I believe it was like 800, 900 something, but they definitely did not reach 1,000. I set the goal of 1,000 earlier this week. I'm actually thinking now 1,100. At this rate, I mean, they can't be stopped. It's incredible. And Dave, I go back to them winning Esports World Cup. It seems like they just have evolved as a team. More so, they already had the skill set to be the best team in the world, right? But it was more so about getting that first win and about getting that mental finally straight to the point where it's like, okay, well, we can win. And once they did that, they've been unstoppable ever since. I mean, come on, they open up the day with a win and 14 eliminations. How far can Alpha7 go in their careers?
I think when it comes to Alpha7, they are the world champs as it stands right now. They don't have to prove anything. You know, other teams have to prove to us, can they dethrone the world champs? And Alpha7, they are just making it that much harder for all these other teams trying to qualify. We're talking Team Queso. We're talking Team Liquid now. Team Liquid, they were way up at the top, but then Alpha7 overtook them for that first place position, and they just have not looked back yet.
No.
And fortunate for Team Liquid, another solid start to their day here. Bonus points are going to be tomorrow, but we see them in the end game showing up, doing everything they can with these very challenging circles, getting a couple of eliminations. I mean, it's also a good start for Team Liquid and Team Queso, don't get me wrong, but Alpha7 definitely the final bosses of the Americas, and I don't think we have another team in the lobby that can really beat them, unfortunately. But good for Alpha7. I mean, good for the Americas, but when it comes to competition, 17 chickens says it all.
That's it. It does, dude. It's quite nuts. As far as our Group B teams go, Furia, they don't do much. AGG, they don't do much. Navy Seals, all the way at the bottom with the big goose egg, intense game. They do a little bit. They get 4th place with 1 elimination. They do get 10 points, which is great for them. But the big winner, obviously, is Alpha7, Team Liquid, and Team Queso. 3 teams that are already within the top 5. And we talked about Team Queso's lack of performance throughout the week, Tiff. So it's nice to see them get 3rd place. Same thing for Team Liquid. Maybe we're having a turnaround point. And just to highlight Team Liquid even more, Tiff, the fact is they did have to fight through those hard zones. A lot of times when we see a zone go outside of military, specifically like top left or top right, Team Liquid doesn't have much success, and they haven't in the past coming weeks. So it's nice to see them get out of military, have a good game, despite the zone not benefiting them.
Yeah, see, that was my biggest worry with them. I saw an immediate North Erangel pull, and I'm like, all right, great. We have one of the longest rotations, but to walk out of there with 5 eliminations, you only lose 1 on rotation for the early bits. It's not that bad. It's a good, solid start to today's series, I believe. But when you kind of look to the second-hand page, this is where you're starting to see just the low scoring points. Quite frankly, it was a point sponge near the top. So for VIP Esports in 11th to go out with 5 eliminations, that's still pretty powerful to me.
It is. Well, we look at the overall standings. Team Queso will move up over Loops. They started the day with just 2 points separating them, so no surprise there. Team Queso, great game number 1. Loops, I'm sure, is going to respond back in kindness in just a little bit. I looked through. We do have something developing. And Dave, that is Twisted Minds. 2 eliminations away from 500 themselves. 500 elims, I should say, only reached by Alpha7.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they've been doing a phenomenal job here this season. Going back to the eliminations topic, Revo, 7 eliminations. I know that was one of our pre-show discussions when it comes to the race for MVP. Colgo to 2 eliminations here. So Revo might have just overtaken Colgo, who has been holding that position for the entire season here. And my fear is, like we saw with the first place position, once when Alpha7, once when they sink their teeth into that first place spot, they don't let it go. So this might be the new top damage / elimination leader for this season. Revo is just popping off here.
Sure, I think it makes sense too. I mean, Tiff, you know, one player's not enough, and that's represented with Kogo. Kogo, he's been incredible for Team Queso. When the rest of the roster is on fire, he's on fire. But he can only do so much as an individual. With Alpha7 popping off the past 2 weeks now, it makes sense that Revo is free and clear to slay out as much as he has. So for him to catch up to Kogo is pretty spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, you got to really think. At one point in map number 1, Revo's down on the shack by himself. If he doesn't have the support from his team members to be able to get him back up on his feet, I mean, overall, that Alpha7 had 5 reses during match number 1. So they're taking almost as much damage as they're actually dealing, with that damage differential being just over 100 in the positive. So we're seeing them get mixy and force themselves into these gnarly situations, but they're also being able to reset for them and walk away from the eliminations.
All right, not much has changed other than Team Queso moving above loops, and I gotta say, I don't expect a lot to change really on the standings, but where things do get interesting is that 2nd through 5th place. I think that's going to be pretty tumultuous, and a lot of changes will take place there, and it's going to be quite really a lot of fun, and more specifically to see how far Alpha7 can go. I think 1,100 points is well within their wheelhouse. They've been on fire, they're looking great. That excites me. Another team from Americas going in not only as the global champions, but going in to represent Americas at PMGC, and they're going to give everybody a run for their money. But who is going to be the other rosters who are looking to do the same? Well, map number 1 has concluded. 5 more to go. We're going to be hopping into Miramar map number 2 when we come back, so don't go anywhere. It's just going to be a short little break.
Ruxa, pega da direita. Bora. Pega da direita. Caiu, desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso. This is how we train, and you know this story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Royale. We are waiting for you.
Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 18. Game number 1 is done. Alpha7 off to a hot start, and Revo overtakes Kogoat in the MVP race. How far will he go, and will Kogoat answer back? Well, it's up for Team Queso to start playing a little bit better and more consistent than they have. We need that energy from the previous weeks, not from this week where they've kind of been non-existent. But there is good news. If you're a Team Queso fan, they did show some life in game number 1 with a third place 7 elimination run. Maybe this is the start of the Team Queso we are so used to seeing, but the sad thing is they did miss out on their double points, but hey, it is what it is. Let's go ahead and bring in our casters, Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. Welcome back. Here we are. We're heading in. Excuse me, Team Queso has it tomorrow. I apologize. They do have bonus points going into tomorrow. Game number 2. It's loading up. Dave, X Factor, you know, you have this uncanny ability to just speak things into existence. And I don't know how you do it, but you just do it. And you said X Factor, they might catch up to Inco. And then they beat Inco off the rip, and I'm thinking, all right, here we go. This is really going to happen. But then they finish off with only 5 eliminations. Are you still a believer?
Yeah, I'll take it all day. 5 eliminations is better than no eliminations, and that's what Inco had in game number 1. If X Factor could just keep chipping away at that Inco first place when it comes to the PMGC points, that's all they got to do, honestly. Because the main goal for them is make it to that next stage, and I know for a fact that they have the desire, they have the will, and it's do or die. 3 more days to go, literally do or die. If you do not make it to that next round, who knows what's going to happen to the squad. So yes, X Factor, they are going to show up and they're going to give it their all here, Reflections.
Okay, well, let's see if they do. For Inco, though, their competition, they had a great Miramar game number 2 yesterday with the second place, 8 eliminations, only beat out by Tiff. You guessed it, Alpha7. Alpha7 gets a big win, right? They're looking to go back-to-back once again. We've still yet to have a team get 3 wins in the same day, let alone 3 wins in a row. Tiff, I'm hoping Alpha7 does it at this point because I just want to see it happen.
Yeah, I mean, if they hit the hat trick, they're one winner chicken dinner away from eclipsing 20. And that's kind of what I want for them while we're in our week number 4. Like, we're in the final week. You've already breaking points thresholds. You might as well hit some massive wins also. But that would be kind of interesting, especially when they are our most winning team. There's a very real possibility, because I've seen them win on every single map that we have, to run it back on Miramar. They're just so confident in their fights. And you said something earlier, like they just seem to find the right positionings. Now, that Erangel map, we saw that the north pole of the circle, and I'm just like, okay, Alpha7 is going to have such a nice rotation to this. Are the PUBG mobile controllers at the top just giving them these nice play zones to waltz right into it? No, surely not. That's not how it works, but it's starting to feel a little bit like it.
It kind of is. You know, weirdly enough, Alpha7 has put themselves in difficult spots because of that. When they're put in a difficult spot, they know how to make their way out of it. They're just fully confident in everything that they do. But I am excited though. Today I'm feeling it. I'm feeling a Team Liquid day. Maybe not better than Alpha7, but I'm feeling a Team Liquid day. They're about to perform very, very well, and they've been really missed, at least as far as I'm concerned. Mythic Dave finally joins the top 10 for the Week 4 stats for eliminations. He is now in 9th place for the longest time. I mean, Ayala was the only one up there. He was getting kind of lonely. Mythic decided to join him.
Listen, first of all, I got a problem, Reflections. Can I address an issue I got going on right now, man?
Is it with me? Because no.
It is not with you today.
Okay,
I'm
good.
sorry,
go on.
Tiff, but it is with you. It is with you, Tiff.
It's with Tiff? Yes. Okay, go on.
Does that lamp even work, or is it a fake lamp? I need to know, because that lamp is never lit, and that is the only thing. No,
Tiff.
Tiff,
not me. Tiff.
That lamp, does it light up? That's my question. That's the only thing I think about every time I see this shot. Is like, does that lamp work?
Tiff, what is your answer?
That's all you think about? I mean,
that's what I was thinking. I'm like,
does it light up?
Okay, yeah. Just give me a second. Just hold on. Cast or do the thing.
Okay. It's going to be on by the time we come back.
All right. So I don't have a problem. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Well, Dave, I'm glad the pressing question on your mind was answered today. Okay.
Yes.
So
all right,
we can go home.
Yeah, we can go home.
Hey, the season's done.
Alpha7 won the tournament. Woo.
See, the season's done, baby. Dave, he got all the answer he needs. Let's head in. Game number 2. It's on Miramar. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh my gosh, thank you guys so much. I'm so sorry that I missed a brilliant speech by Reflections. Dave, my light is now officially on. You can see it later. That one's for you. But check out the plane line that we've got going on here. Moving from that south side of things up towards the north. Teams like Alpha7 will be some of the last to get their boots on the ground. But I keep my eyes on Furia. I see NRG kind of going down there towards the south. They're one of my favorites on Miramar, and I'd like to see a solid play for them today.
Honestly, we're talking Revo, we're talking Colgo MVP. You're the MVP. You know, lighting that lamp, that is the play. That is the play. But getting into Miramar here, double points day, ladies and gentlemen. All Glory Gaming, Furia, Intense Game, Latin Kings, Navy SEAL, Group B. They are the group to keep our eyes on here today in their double points day. We saw game 1, AGG, 0 points. We saw Furia, game 1, 2 eliminations. Okay, I'll take that. Intense Game, a couple placement points, but getting back into one of my main topics, and that is X Factor going to qualify for PMGC? Are they going to get the PMGC points here? And you know who's in their way? Inco is in their way. And guess what, Tiff? They are hot dropping Inco right now.
Hey, get into the action. That's everything that I've wanted in my entire life. But you can see that Vitaly is going to open things up, and then Abete finds another. So bringing it to the 4v2 right off the rip. Ooh.
Wow. Game 1, kind of the opposite story. Game 2, looks like X Factor going to be down 2 members here. Beautiful little off angle through the window right there from Havlik in the barrel. Wancho should be able to get picked up. FS in their own little skirmish over here as well with the AKM. Going to be a challenge. 2v4 situation. FS knows the revive is happening right beneath them. Was able to get a couple shots in as that Inco member was able to successfully cross the road. Now it's up to FS. The 1v4 situation. What can we do here? What can we do here? And Abete with the Uzi. Definitely don't want to catch those bullets to the dome. FS vaulting out the window. My dude clinging to the wall right now, has a grenade in hand. His squad mate with the support from the window, but not a lot of ammo.
This is tough. I mean, we're going to get straight swung on by multiple people if we're not careful here. And I know FS wants to break it up and kind of isolate them. And Havlik's just over here, hopefully looking for angles through the window if we can. But FS back to it. The peeks through the hallway, just trying to go through a different window. This time, not going to hang on, but it's Abete that finds FS. And now Havlik, last standing across the way. Not really too much we can actually do here to assist, but maybe we can disengage and go lay low somewhere and just find some placement points. It's not really what you want to have here in match number 2, but it's the cards you're dealt.
One grenade and a dream to qualify for PMGC. Havlik going to be tossing that one. There goes one. Oh, got 2 knocks. Not able to get the job done. And there goes Inactive blowing a kiss saying, hey, X Factor, we won't see you at PMGC. You know why? Because we're going with that golden ticket.
Wow, that's tough. That is really tough. You got to give it to him, though. He does take down 2 members of Inco Gaming before falling. So maybe if they had whittled down Inco prior to that initial push on to the last player there, things could have been completely different for Havlik. It's just not going to be enough. We'll see you in match number 3. That's, you know, just some extra love taps.
Yeah. So we can confirm that Spider Tiff has the Inco Gaming lamp. The lamp has been lit, and now Inco are once again performing well, winning the hot drop. You know what? I'm all for it, though. If Inco and X Factor can just continue to hot drop every single game, I am about it. And that's what, honestly, I want to see, because X Factor, they know they need to take out Inco if they want to have the fighting shot to get that ticket. But talk about the fighting shot. Team Liquid over here pushing off the Vicious. What do you think about the hot drop if they just hot drop every single game? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's the final week. If you're feeling secured with what you need, or you know you can take that initial fight, you find some decent weapons on the ground, and you're like, I'm just going to full send no matter what, do it. Why not?
Okay, there you go. Stamp of approval. Looks like Inco going to be in Picado, big chillin'. Circle number 1 did favor the east side here of this first Miramar game. Looking around, things are going to be a little slower. NRG going to be making their approach from the south up towards Los Leones. Alpha7 still looting up El Pozo. No real concerns as it stands right now. AGG, though, a Group B team, they're going to have a nice little position in the circle for the time being. But besides that, I don't really see any red flags getting tossed up right now. Should be a nice, calm, early Miramar game.
Oh, yeah, very calm, very early. So true, considering we already have X Factor down and out despite doing 387 damage, which is kind of wild. I was looking at Inco. They acquired 525 for their 4 eliminations. So not a bad start for them as we see Twisted Minds here hitting that rotation. We haven't really talked about where that play zone is kind of pulling towards that eastern coastline, which Twisted Minds is currently riding up to position themselves a bit further north. Alpha7 will be one of the last teams to actually get themselves into the play zone, but they're focusing to kind of hitting that wrap on the north. But Twisted Minds still looking for a couple more goodies and looting up this path as they can. Influence Rage will be a team up just ahead of them, but All Glory Gaming, their double points day, seem to keep finding themselves into these early skirmishes. Yeah,
we'll have to see what they can accomplish here. It is going to be VIP right over the ridge here, looking to crest the hill. VIP, we saw game number 1. They got stuck in the north, and then it was an all-out drive battle. Didn't really come out on top of that one. AGG did the same thing. They tried getting some sneaky eliminations with the runovers. Didn't really go their way, but fortunate for them here. Looks like they were able to successfully push off the VIP uphill battle, forcing VIP right into Furia.
Ooh, I mean, we're just letting all the damage from afar rip. We're staying covered. We don't want to lose any more players early on, especially on our double points day here for Group B. Now, mind you, the squad's in 7th place, kind of locked into it, right? 71 points back from a top number 5, but about 25 points ahead of the Vicious. Feeling pretty secure with where they've found themselves. But I mean, look, they're just going to throw some damage down and hit that reposition and kind of see where things are going, considering Alpha7's above them. You still have Vicious, VIP, AGG kind of all around them. Team Queso, on the other hand, is almost like smack dab in the center of the play zone, constantly running into 9Z, though.
A lot of the same teams, always just like magnets here, always picking fights with each other here. Just been the theme of PMSL. Out of VOD review. Next circle goes up. It does center up here. Team Liquid just south of Junkyard. They're going to be big chillin'. AGG right there on the edge of the play zone. Going back to our Group B teams, Furia, they will have to move just a little bit. Very curious to see where they're going to end up calling home as Alpha7 quickly zoomed right past Furia, avoiding the skirmish for the time being.
Wow, they're going straight past it, but it looked to be approaching Influence Rage, and you can see Loops, 9Z, NRG, Intense Game. They're still going to have to make their way in from that south side of things. Inco Gaming all the way on the outskirts towards blue. We've got VIP by them. Loops, you know, they didn't do too hot in that initial match number 1, went out in 15th place with 0 eliminations despite getting some damage on the board. They need some moves here to kind of figure this out, but I look at it, we're staying low for the time being.
Staying low, just playing this one out, seeing where the circles take us. NRG and IG, they look like they were in some sort of a standoff, but I believe both teams kind of calling it what it is. They're going to be pulling off for the time being. And looking over here, it looks like Loops, they are going to have a very interesting splits right now. I don't believe the Navy SEALs are aware of these 2 members right by them, that is. But Loops really not doing anything with their position, unfortunately. Rafina still looting Impala, so they're just keeping tabs, you know, keeping tabs on the Navy SEALs, marking them where they are, letting them feel safe before they spring the trap here, Tiff.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If they're going to spring a trap, that'd be epic, considering they get double points for whatever they kind of make happen here. From a distance, it would be nice to see if we could kind of pick up some damage here, but you've got to gatekeep this entire southern side. You've got NRG that you're looking down at. They're kind of over there riding around 9Z. Loops is in the kind of cliff sides out towards the east of them. Split relatively, but it's just about keeping the pressure on, showing your presence so people don't kind of waltz on up on you.
Just holding it down. Still very early on this Miramar. We did have the hot drop between X Factor and Inco. Inco coming out on top of that one. Inco is still like, okay. It actually paid off. They had no idea you were prone here for 10 minutes and you're able to get a elimination. But where was I? Oh, Inco finally moving out of Picado after the hot drop. So what do you think about that? That if you were that player who got eliminated right there, how would you feel?
I would just be like, dang, that happened. I go again.
Yeah.
I go again.
Like,
sorry,
dang.
team, if that happened. But you know what? You got to do the best that you can, right? It's just sometimes those things happen. But you look at the play zone shift. We're going a bit north. Furia still out here lurking around Alpha7. Inco. They'll show up when they show up.
They are trying to show up. And talking about showing up, Loops, they're currently trying to chase down IG, another team in their double points day here. The last double points for Group B. Looks like Loops, they pulled off this drive up just a little bit, but maybe I spoke too soon. Elzada gonna be pulling up there with the buggy, looking at Hayuya's burning vehicle. Nothing to see here. A lot of these teams just out here in the open doing what they can. And it's not much. These vehicles are going to be compromised, burning. Loops all over the place right here. NRG working together as a unit, going to be rotating along the blue zone. We might see them third party here very shortly, but honestly, this is going to be the Navy SEALs and Intense Game, 2 Group B teams just right stacked on top of each other. And it looks like everybody has their eyes on 9Z right now, trying to flush them out of their bowl. But honestly, these teams trying to focus on 9Z, they might actually get third party themselves. So they're going to need to be cautious of their angles that they expose out here and how much they really want to take out 9Z.
I mean, the thing is, there's no rush, right? So a lot of our teams, they've been kind of going a bit more conservative route as 9Z just kind of rolls up the hillside, sees Team Liquid, kind of pops back on down. So But once you start getting into these later stages, that play zone is obviously shrinking around them. But I feel like we're trying to take smarter fights for our teams, with Inco kind of hitting that wide wrap up the eastern side of things. Like I said, they're going to show up when they show up, and 9Z is not going to have to worry about them. But we're still situated around Loops, Intense Game, and the Navy SEALs.
Yeah, the Inco rotation that you're bringing up is just wild. They spent so much time in the blue. In Picado, they finally found vehicles, and they are still in the blue, like you said, showing up when they show up. Who knows when that will be? Maybe stage number 4, as they're going to be on the heels of Twisted Minds, one of the top teams in the lobby, in a great position to possibly gatekeep Inco on their approach. Over here, though, Team Liquid looking to get some eliminations, looking to solidify themselves in that top 5 come the end of this week to qualify for PMGC. They're going to be up here on the hilltop, taking shots at anything that moves right now. Going to have Team Queso, 9Z, the Navy SEALs. There's multiple teams in the area. It looks like 9Z finally going to be looking to make the pull up over here and take out 1, possibly even 2 members of Team Liquid.
I was going to say, Team Liquid out here getting absolutely punished for that. I thought Mythic and Ayala were about to pick up some eliminations, but just like that, I think they're both fooled. So Team Liquid down to a duo with only 2 eliminations, which is going to give 9Z the confidence to kind of swarm back on them, knowing they have that player advantage. So Chief, you've got your work cut out for you here, possibly a swing by 2. So diving back on down alongside Cardozo, knowing that you have this fence line and the kind of the ridge to play alongside. If the frag connects, life's easier, and Cardozo is able to connect.
Yeah, I love this. Cardozo cresting over the hill, getting 2 eliminations with the UMP right there. They're going to need to be careful because here comes Team Queso. They heard the shots. They're looking to push over the hill and take out the duo from Team Liquid, add some eliminations to the pocket. There goes Colgo on the hunt once again to overtake Revo for the most eliminations in the lobby. Colgo will be acquiring that elimination, leaving just Cardozo, the last one alive for Team Liquid.
It'd be kind of interesting if Colgoat could fight back here. I mean, Revo was able to put 3 eliminations gap between him and Colgoat, but Colgoat's already on 1. You just have to worry, though, because Alpha7's chilling all 4 members up. They've got a nice position. They found themselves inside the play zone, and where they've been situating, they've been looking for fights. For Team Queso, though, be nice of them to kind of find the rest of Team Liquid. It's just Cardozo here ahead of them with minimal amounts of coverage.
Yeah, flipped over vehicle in a dream. And over here, Team Queso overlooking a crash out there in the distance. Looks like AGG really showing up here on their double points day, looking to be aggressive as they send it on to the Vicious. As the Vicious, we're looking at this one down to just a solo. Got a UMP, got a little lean peek action, but you got 3 members of AGG just cooking these grenades, and Melgar right there with a great grenade to finish what they started, flushing out the Vicious.
Oh, yeah, Vicious down and out, and Revo grabs a full. Adrian not going to be able to get picked back up just yet. We talked about Alpha7 looking for the right timing in which they are going to descend upon, and they do just that. But guess who is going to be able to grab that elimination? I believe it was Revo, credited for that elim. So still answering back on Colgoat's elimination. So definitely going to be a hot race back and forth for those 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the story for the next 3 days when it comes to the race for MVP and the additional $3,000. Both players just doing a phenomenal job here this season. As Alpha7, they're going to be playing it nice and slow here on the west side. Nice little split, trying to cover as much terrain and angles as possible, as looks like we might be heading towards Junkyard here. We'll find out in a couple of moments. The circle almost fully closed in. Looks like Team Queso going to be pushing out here just a little bit. Looking to possibly gatekeep AGG. Let's see, where will the next circle take us?
Ooh, I'm ready. I like where Influence rages. I feel like they're kind of situated for any kind of movement. And you see they're still going to be in that play zone. NRG just to the outskirts. Furia and Alpha7 looking great. But then you set to the south side, and it's Team Queso that's going to have their work cut out for them. Twisted Minds will likely eviscerate the rest of 9Z here, but You see Rataboy goes down before that even happens. 9Z walks away with 5 eliminations before falling out of the lobby.
Yeah, GG's 9Z definitely showing up here, but that was just a quick pull up right there from Twisted Minds. Rataboy, like you mentioned, is going to be knocked out. 6 eliminations going towards Twisted Minds' way. But that fight did alert Team Queso that there's another squad in the south, so we're going to be on high alert as now we see NRG, or at least what's left of NRG, trying to claim that little smidge of the zone, overtaking Twisted Minds. Okay, Team Queso popping off in the elimination feed right there.
They have to. I mean, their backs are against the blue zone quite literally. So if they want to find themselves into the next play zone, you've got to fight your way straight into it. Twisted Minds over here have made it into the gas station. IG Guapo just ahead of them. Influence Rage has been here at Truck Shop in this POI, I can't even talk today, POI for an eternity of time. So they have the lay of the land. They control the most space. So I'm not too worried about them.
Yeah, and the thing is with Intense Game is that they're really just showing us that they're prioritizing placement points here today. They're not really looking to get involved when it comes to team fights. They just want to survive as long as possible on their double points day. Not sure that's the strat I would be taking, especially with how far they are down on the overall leaderboards, but it is what it is, as we're looking over here at Casper and 24K from NRG. They're going to be holding down the southern part of the truck stop. Influence Rage right across the way. Then remember, Twisted Minds also pulled up over there on the east side of this one. So really looking at, oh, there they go. Looking at Team Queso. I want to see what they do here on the edge because they're going to be awfully close to Alpha7.
Hey, I'm okay with that, right? I mean, Team Queso on 4 eliminations. Cold Goat got 2. Alpha7's on 2. So now that we've kind of hit that rotation, it's going to be Alpha7 and Team Queso taking a fight. It could be isolated. We could see someone trying to get into the mix from across the way. But do they decide to just focus on the eastern side and maybe move into truck stop area? Or do we just take this fight with Alpha7 now?
Looks like Team Queso pulling off Alpha7. They pushed up that hill. They tried to throw a couple grenades, see what they can make happen. And, well, they made the smart decision to also pull back as they did not get that opening knock. And Furia up here in the north, the only squad, they're going to be holding it down, overlooking the truck stop. Furia, a squad, double points day. They're going to be showing up top 6 situation. And look at that, 2 care packages just landing right on top of them as well. So they're going to be awfully happy with the level 3 gear and whatever weapon they acquire.
I mean, they've got that. They've got the north. Things are looking really good for Furia here on their double points day. I mean, especially if you want to turn things around after that Erangel performance where you only had 2 eliminations but went out in 14th place. This is the way to do it. But for, Twisted Minds on 7 eliminations, Rataboy 4 before falling out of the lobby, which leaves us to kind of just 3 players up. Not bad though. We've seen some teams win with less. We've seen clutches. We've seen cool things. So I've got my hopes out here for Twisted Minds.
They're trying to get those coops right between that barrier. Continue to utilize their vehicles here moving forward. Not sure they're aware of the duo in the building though from NRG. So that might be a surprise like we saw earlier on from Loops. But Furia up here in the north, they're going to have to move just a little bit. 0 eliminations so far for Furia on their double points. Oh, going back to this. Yeah. They don't know. Federal going to be looking, trying to find out. He found out. Got eliminated right there. So Twisted Minds losing 2 of their squad mates here.
That's actually rather unfortunate because that reaction time that we see go down right there from Casper is crazy. Now Guizao, we've talked about Guizao, eclipsed 150 eliminations in 3rd place on the player elimination leaderboard. Like to keep kind of furthering that up, Cold Goat was just 9 eliminations ahead of them. So down to a duo. We see this 2v2, but look at little boy over there from Influence Rage. There's so much so that we're actually extending frag grenades to force him back to his team so we can still take this fight.
Yeah, Influence Rage, the only full squad alive here when it comes to the truck stop. One elimination. Going back to the truck stop teams, we'll keep tabs on them because the teams up here on the west side, Alpha7 and Team Queso, they've been poking each other back and forth for a couple zones now, but now Furia also going to try to get involved. So Alpha7 looking to hopefully avoid being stuck in this sandwich over here, as both teams are going to be looking inwards, looking to take them out. Big Milo doing some scouting right now, trying to pinpoint exactly where these players might be. Cold Goat on the off angle, able to get behind the boulder within grenade range.
I was gonna say, please tell me Big Milo actually just ran someone over, but Furia gets accredited with that elimination, or at least the knock. The full hasn't come through just yet. Cold Goat kind of here behind the buggy, behind the rock, maybe looking for some angles, trying to stay safe, but Revo grabs the full, and Furia from the distance, man. This is tough, especially when you think you're having a relatively isolated fight, and Furia's like, nah, you thought.
And this is when Furia, being in their double point stay, they want to get a little aggressive, a little out of their comfort zone right now, and really try to third party this Alpha7 Team Queso engagement. We see Furia with the 3-1 split. They got their squad mate over there on the north, making sure they don't get backfilled, but I gotta see more movement from Furia. I gotta see them look to get involved here and really capitalize on their double points.
But this is very much how they play, right? Focus on the rotation, put themselves in a solid position, and let the eliminations come to them. It doesn't have to be flashy, but hey, if they can walk away with 7 or so eliminations and a win, that's a north of 30-something point game, and I'm okay with that. For right now, Furia still keeping Team Queso in their sights. Team Queso down to 3, Alpha7 down to 2. And Furia and Influence Rage just kind of chilling with the majority of the space with all 4 players up.
Yeah, all 3 of these teams up here, they will need to reposition, as this is no longer in the play zone. We see the player cams. We see how focused they are here. One wrong move could be your last on this Game 2 Miramar. Alpha7 down to just a duo. Barillo and Mafioso.
Back to the land. NRG, Twisted Mind still hasn't been able to find that, but you can see the trades going back and forth with Team Queso and Alpha7 yet again, and this is all gonna fall onto Cold Goat, the last one standing here for Team Queso. A moment of reprieve as we focus on getting the heals back on up. Mafioso very low over there, and it'd be so close. But I think we do see it come through. Alpha7 fully eliminated, but I don't think Team Queso is going to survive here, as you see Furia finally descending on them.
Oh, Cold Goat not done yet. Going to get a knock, but not the thirst right there. Furia looking to show up here right in time when the blue zone starts to close in, looking to capitalize on their double points to get some additional eliminations. So going back to the truck stop, though, Twisted Minds, the duo still alive, 7 eliminations. Influence Rage, the whole squad looking to solidify themselves here on the overall leaderboard with a hopefully winner chicken dinner going their way. They do have the numbers advantage, but they really are going to need to be cautious not to get surprised by anybody leaving truck stop. Gotta pay attention to their angles. They do have one of their squad mates out here already in the fields, keeping tabs on Furia, which is good. So the other 3 in truck stop will be able to handle those teammates, or those opponents, that is. Leaving that area shortly. Next circle centers up here, Tiff.
You know, this is going to be a tough one for Furia, especially after losing out on just 1. But Influence Rage, they'll have a lot of the space, but they'll also have the 2 teams below them, Twisted Minds and NRG, that duo they've been kind of cohabitating with over since truck stop, and just see Furia looking to take the angles, keep that pressure on them. It'd be really nice if they could take down at least another member of Influence Rage to kind of let those numbers dwindle.
Ooh, Influence gonna start to let their utility fly here. We see the grenades, we see the Molotovs. Looks like NRG trying to get a piece of the pie as well. Both squads trying to take out Twisted Minds, but these crates just so strong providing the perfect cover to avoid the splash damage here. Obscure. Okay, able to get a little angle. Was able to get the intel, knows where at least one of the opponents are from NRG. Has that grenade, so we'll have to keep tabs. Obscure gonna be cooking that one, looking to toss it, looking for the angle, but Influence Rage across the way, also trying to get the additional elimination points. Oh, he got it. He got the grenade.
All right, Guizao, you love to see that one. Furia still poking, still prodding. Lorenzen just ahead of them under that cover of the smoke, but Casper finally working on taking down Twisted Minds, but not before we start to see the pressure from the remaining teams here in this vicinity. If we're down to 3, Influence, Rage, Furia, and NRG has a solo up. NRG on 7 eliminations, though.
Casper absolutely clutching it out there with the P90. And talking about P90, Silence has one as well. Going to be letting that rip. Law trying to drive out there in the distance, avoid the Furia sight lines, but was connected on and thirsted from Casper. NRG still getting eliminations on the board here, Tiff.
This is actually crazy. That's not what you want if you were Influence Rage. You go from having all 4 members up to down to a duo. And you start to think that Furia is setting themselves up for a winner-winner chicken dinner, especially if Influence Rage is keeping NRG in their sight lines. NRG do fall, but Little Boy turns around, grabs Arturzan, and it's just Diego and Little Boy against the 2 remaining Furia members. But if we're going to answer back to Little Boy like that, Furia can still make it happen, especially if we stick this res. We have all the time in the world. Diego still trying to get that high ground, look for the angles, and this could be tough for them.
Lean Peak with the M4, but right there, Diego, the eagle eye to save the day and get Furia their winner-winner chicken dinner on their double points day here, Tiff.
Hey, we talked about it. I was like, look, they could get a winner-winner chicken dinner with 7 eliminations, so they do me one better. They grab it with 8 eliminations. So what is that, 18 points, 36 points once you get the double points reflections? Not a bad start.
Not bad at all. And what is Furia fighting for? They're fighting to maintain their spot at PMGC, because once those PMGC points start to kick in, Furia, they are top 7, which means they should be getting a spot. And good on them for doing so. And they got to be happy for certain rosters like Team Queso, Alpha7 performing as well as they are, because without them, Furia would have been out of the running. They would have been close, but no cigar. But now they seem to be doing a lot better. Vicious, they failed to catch them. And AGG, well, they're not doing enough to obviously surpass them. So Furia looking good as a top 7 roster. But let's go to Mr. NA. Talk to me about NRG, man. 8 eliminations, 3rd place. What do you think?
Yeah, hey, I mean, when you got nothing to lose, you might as well pop off and do your best, right? So NRG, you had Casper. Casper was the man, though, right? 5 eliminations here this game, really showing up. Had the sweet double elimination grenade toss right there, or 2 onto Twisted Minds. Then, of course, showing up with the P90, just putting in some work here in the late game. And, well, NRG wins their double points. Their last day. Okay, so the last day, they're going to have double points. If I'm looking at the overall, though, NRG, they are currently 161 points behind 5th place Team Queso. It's not impossible, right? But it's going to be a challenge. So if we could just have these consistent games time and time again for NRG come the last day of this event, sure. I mean, depending on how far they can get today and tomorrow, they might just be within reach of that 5th place spot.
It's possible. You know, I do compare their week 4 standings or their week 4 performance to the likes of Furia, right? Who they're trying to catch up to. Furia is number 9 when it comes to total eliminations with 43. NRG sits in 6th place with 56. And it gets a little bit better once you add in this game number 2. But even then, I don't think it's enough to outpace Furia, especially if Furia can have, you know, some more good games over the next 4. 36 points. That's serious, right? NRG 13 in comparison. I understand NRG's not on their double points day. They would have matched that of Furia with just a couple less because they got third place, but it's going to be a long road. But it does make things interesting going into the final day on Sunday. But, I like it. From Furia's perspective, nice to see them perform well. I mean, Tiff, after all, Furia is trying to catch back up to Loops, right? A team that they were once going neck and neck with. Loops had so far to go before they caught up to Furia. Loops finally did it. Now Furia has to return to favor.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're trying. The points have been pretty close still regardless, and it's been really interesting to see that cat and mouse style change. The issue is Loops has their double points day tomorrow, so whatever Furia does, we're gonna have to kind of like go even further than initially catching up on that points gap, right? And I think just before this, we were situated somewhere in the upper 20s behind Loops, so it's close, but after a 36-point gap, it could completely change and reel them on in. Now we just need to take it one step further.
Well, it was nice to see Influence Rage, though, up there at the top. Good on them. They've had a great day, fairly consistent. You look at, obviously, Furia's been doing a wonderful job, and then obviously Twisted Minds have been great. I think they're now over 10 eliminations for the day. I think 11 or 12, so good on them. It's nice to see consistency within the top 7. These are the teams most likely going to PMGC, so you want to obviously watch them at their best, and I think they're definitely getting to that point. Alpha7 obviously still in first, but Influence Rage doing their best to catch up. They started the day, Dave, over 100 points away from Alpha7. Now they've kind of got it down to about 80 or so, but still a long gap. But Influence Rage is trying.
Hey, they're trying, and that's all you can do here. And honestly, when it comes to Influence Rage, of course, like a first place would be huge for the squad, for the organization. But honestly, right now, just maintaining the top 5 is the primary goal, right? Of course, second place, you get 35K. That's a nice, bag of money for 4 weeks. But the main goal, PMGC. So as long as they can just maintain that, they're golden.
And for Team Queso, is there a chance Furia on their double points catches up to them? So if I don't see them catching Team Liquid, but Team Queso seems relatively realistic.
Yeah, they do seem more realistic than maybe some of the other teams, especially if we just have a good double points day for Team Queso. That's just been what we've been asking for week in, week out. I talked about it. They're the only team here on this front page that have not eclipsed triple digits on their bonus points. We know they can frag. We know what they can do. It's just making sure they're a bit more consistent on those double points days.
All right, we go to our second page where we look at AGG, All Glory Gaming, still trying to catch up to the top page. I feel like we're watching a rerun of the Vicious during their bonus points day just a little bit earlier, Dave, where they were trying to go from the second page up into top 7, and AGG's in the same boat, and they're having pretty much the same performance.
Yeah, I believe Hot Jukes coined the term Group Bs for bottom of the leaderboards, and hopefully I didn't say that. Hot Jukes said that, but hopefully AGG could break the curse here today. I think AGG, we've seen some interesting plays from them in the last 2 games, and best case scenario, AGG, just give it your all, try to get a win, kind of like what we saw from Furia, and I think they could walk away after today with their heads held up high.
Well, Revo, he's got his head up high, man. He's 10 eliminations for the day. He's already passed up that of Kogoat. Revo, 35 eliminations for the week. He's done a stellar job. And Kogoat, he's got to step it up, man, if he wants that MVP, or else Revo's going to have it 2 seasons in a row. But I don't know if he could be stopped along with Alpha7. Can they be stopped? They were stopped map number 2, but their map number 1 was still dominant enough to put not only Revo up there at the top, but also Alpha7 to continue their lead forward. It's not 100 anymore, but it might be 100 by the next game. Speaking of which, we go into Erangel, map number 3, and as we return there, Alpha7 returns after getting their winner chicken there with 14 eliminations. And speaking of game number 1, Sarpatch had a chance to talk to Carrillo from Alpha7 after that big game win. Let's hear what Carrillo had to say.
Bom, na verdade a gente não está pensando nisso. Nossa cabeça estava voltada para MSL. É título que a gente deixou escapar no outro split e dessa vez a gente quer sair daqui campeão. Então nossa cabeça está aqui e a gente vai fazer de tudo para sair daqui domingo campeão. E aí sim, segunda-feira começar os trabalhos para a PMGC e também ganhar.
E também ganhar. Our mind is here on PMSL. We want to win this last split. We let it go. We let it slip. So we want to be champions right here. This weekend we'll be champions. Next week we'll start thinking about PMSL, PMGC, and we're going to be champions there too. The championship is really coming well. You had a rough start. Now you're like, machines are rolling. What happened between week 1 or 2 till now that everything just started clicking again? O que aconteceu? No início estava meio difícil. Depois, semana 2 e 3, todo mundo começou a melhorar muito bem e agora estão jogando tipo Alpha7.
Bom, a verdade é que a gente não teve tempo de preparo. Após a vitória da PMWC, a gente teve que ir para a China. E lá já ficamos treinando, né? Tipo, não posso falar aqui, mas vocês sabem. Então, basicamente, a gente não teve preparo, a gente não teve a mesma preparação bootcamp na Europa, coisas que a gente sempre fez. E isso eu acredito que foi o fator crucial para a gente ir mal na primeira semana. Mas esse time é o melhor do mundo e por isso a gente se recuperou e a gente sabia disso.
We didn't have a chance to train like we normally do. We had to go to China. Over there we trained. He said something like, but I don't know really, but let's not say. They didn't do that good of a training over there. They didn't have a chance. They didn't do like they always do. They go and do a boot camp in Europe. They didn't have the chance this time. But they're the best team in the world. We know we're the best team in the world, so we have to do good. Sir, yes you are.
Thank you.
You're the best team. No doubt about it. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season Day 18. We're about to hop into map number 3, so let's bring in our casters right away. Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. Hey, today's been fun, but it hasn't been revolutionary when it comes to the standings, right? We haven't seen too many changes. Dave, AGG's not doing what they need to do. Vicious already lost their chance. And then obviously for Alpha7, the rich get richer. And even for Team Queso, they're the only movers of the day, moving over loops, but they started with 2 points separating them. Now, the MVP race, though, has been a lot of fun to see, and Revo continues to get more eliminations. So I want some changes. I want a big game here by one of the top 5 rosters, and I want them to shake things up a ton, or even AGG. Let's see a 40-point game. Can we? All right, let's head into map number 3 on Erangel. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, let's get into it. Back to Erangel we go. You think back to the first time we had this, it was Alpha7, Dave. from that initial win hailing into the north side of things, but it's completely different than our first match on Erangel. I mean, we're already on the eastern side, approaching from that north, ending on over military base. So I've got to say, what do you think that play zone is going to look like?
Yeah, hopefully for Team Liquid, it favors the military base island. That way you don't have to go on this ultra wide rotation, force to just play underneath the bridge. And Team Liquid looking for a easy come up on the overall leaderboards to hopefully keep their top 5 overall for that golden ticket to PMGC. But I'm looking at X Factor and Inco. I'm trying to see, are we hot dropping? I see Inco going to Nova, and it looks like X Factor actually going to be going over there to School/Roshawk area. So the first game of the night where the two teams are not going to be fighting early on, but look at the zone, Tiff.
Oh.
Look at that zone.
I mean, that's all I've got to say. Just,
yeah.
I mean, you look at where the initial people land. Like, most people, if that plane line favors that western side of things, people will take their initial drop spots over by Georgia Pole. But now, like, Alpha7 finds themselves out there on the coastline, on the eastern side of things, looking for vehicles, trying to hit those long-winded rotations, and it's going to be Loops and AGG trying to get things moving initially towards that play zone. So even X Factor, the Navy SEALs are in the mix for Furia, fresh off that nice game over there on Miramar. It's time to make something happen yet again. It's going to be a bit slower, but I don't hate what the rotation's going to look like for them.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit slower here, so we'll see what they can end up accomplishing. AGG already going to be holding down Severny. You know, AGG double points day. Going back to the overall leaderboard, I mean, that's like the main topic here. They're 147 points. So if they can loot maybe Severny and set up a nice classic little gatekeep action, that's honestly what I would like to see. But we typically see AGG pull up in Severny and just hold it down and stay in Severny until somebody crashes them. So I want to see a little more proactivity from teams who desperately need points, and AGG are one of these squads, but we'll see what they can end up accomplishing here on this game, as we're tuning in with Alpha7 all in a Dacia. This would be the best vehicle in the world for any team to just all cover fire, crossfire, and blow it up to take out Alpha7 as the very first squad in the lobby.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, that would be a little bit interesting, but you can see where they found themselves. Just one little member of the Navy SEALs out there across the way and essentially mirroring them kind of on this rotation just a bit further south. You've got Vicious behind them. We'll kind of take on the POV of them and their buggy, just loving the terrain of land over here at Erangel as they kind of filter themselves down south.
That Dacia with all of Alpha7, if you were to like blow it up, that's like finding $20 on the floor. Like that feeling of just like, oh man, that's a good elimination. You know, I'll take those 4 eliminations. Taking out Alpha7 this early on would be huge for the lobby, especially teams in Group B, because Alpha7, they have been, I believe you call them the point sponges, you know, and that is so true. They have just been gobbling up the winner chicken dinners. They've been gobbling up these eliminations, and when they do that, they're just taking away these potential points for these squads who are still really trying to fight just to be top 5 at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, see, that's a little bit interesting. I mean, it'll be fine for the rest of the people, but Alpha7 at this point, they've made a statement, and now they just want to keep on expanding for that. For Team Queso, who's looking to make one of their own, you have to reel back in Alpha7's Revo, especially if you're Cold Goat. We think about the expansion that we had on that elimination leaderboard. Like, we were like so good at kind of isolating ourselves at the top, but now it's, you know, we're 4 down, we find ourselves in second, and even Guizao from Twisted Minds is 10 below you. Anything can happen with just minimal days left here in the Americas Fall, and I'm starting to get nervous.
I'm getting nervous. It's going to be a interesting show to say the least, and it keeps us with some storylines as well to the very final game. As today, Group B, going to be using up their double points. Tomorrow, Group C, and the final day, the group with the last say here is going to be 9Z, Alpha7, NRG, and Twisted Minds. Group D, the roles have been reversed because in PMSL Spring, the squad who had the final double points day, that was Team Liquid. And we saw what they were able to do in their final double points day. They were able to overtake Alpha7 for that first place position to win $44,000. Now, this season around, the roles have been reversed, and now Alpha7 going to be having the final say.
Quite interesting. And look at that. The patience as you watch Mafioso try to get into that building. Big Milo just kind of pops him on off and looking for the full.
Not able to get the confirmation. The support from the squad mates are there. Carrillo trying to toss a smoke right there. Big Milo forced to pull back just a little bit. Revo in that vehicle trying to group up here as fast as possible to make sure they don't lose the squad mate very early on. Big Milo cooking a grenade. Looking to toss it into the building across the way. Oh, nope. Looking to toss in. The smoke's already gone. They were able to reposition. That's how quick Alpha7 are. They get the pickup and pull back. Get the reset.
That's my favorite thing about them is they will immediately hop on a reset. Whereas like some teams, they'll be a bit more cautious about it, but no, they're like, hey, get the smokes down, immediately hop on it. We know we just have a couple of seconds to make this thing work, especially because we don't see the full come through because he's constantly looking for the rest of Alpha7. So this is why I said, even on that first Erangel map, they took 100 more damage dealt than they took, which I'm talking the difference is like around 1,800 versus 1,700. They had 5 reses. Alpha7 is like you chop off 1 head and 2 more spawn at this rate. It's crazy.
Yeah, totally agree. If that was any other squad, that Team Queso player would have probably gotten that elimination, right? Or maybe even 2 with that predicted grenade. But Alpha7 just so quick on their toes, and well, that's why they are the world champs. So we'll see what ends up unfolding over there in North Georgia Pool, as I do believe Big Milo is still trying to get the alternate angle onto Alpha7. But over here, Influence Rage going to be setting up shop. It is going to be Severny in the north, AGG in their crosshairs and their sight lines. And then in the south, looks like Twisted Minds might be looking to make a pit stop here. And roll on right through the Influence Rage little setup they got cooking.
All right, keep your eyes to the north where the majority of our teams have made their way in. Don't worry, we said it before, Inco Gaming, well, they'll get there eventually. We just kind of center on up. So you can see that Alpha7, we've committed so far to that western side of things that likely they're going to be taking down Team Queso, or maybe they're going to butt heads along that rotation back into the play zone. Furia and Loops, keep your eyes on them. Team Liquid from the ultimate south of that play zone could have some difficulties as they look to kind of situate themselves. Plus, you've got the water running right through that south side of things, almost kind of towards the middle. And I feel like that's going to be the big divider, depending on how we shift in later stages, who's going to get picked off from there.
Inco Gaming, they are playing the Blue Zone simulator here today at least. And, well, hopefully it works out for them as their Group C. That is exactly what the X Factor squad wants to see, is they want to continue to see Inco rotate really late and take Blue Zone damage for free, force them to dip into their meds and really throw it the chance to hopefully not get gate kept with their late approach. But it does look like that strategy might work out this time, because the circle did shift, and in the runes, pretty much the whole south of this new circle, nobody's going to be occupying it for the time being. So the Inco slow play might actually play into their favor. As looking over here, X Factor in this nice little position, they're going to have 9Z to the west, VIP to the east, and then a bunch of squads to the north, all hovering around shooting range.
All right, well, kind of interesting here. Always good to keep the eyes on Twisted Minds. You really never know what you're going to get from them, considering they found themselves in third on the overall standings. It's been a pretty stellar season for them, especially with Zhao. We're talking 151 eliminations for fall in general, but even Radaboy, who we're seeing kind of pop on up, just one behind them. They're third and fourth on the overall elimination leaderboards, and I'm really proud of what they've done here so far.
Yeah, they have been putting in work, to say the least. And Colgo, 33,000, almost 34,000 total damage done here this season. Of course, Revo in first place when it comes to the damage eliminations with 35k, 165 elims. But over here, AGG double points. Double points as they're going to have multiple teams in the general area. AGG last game 3 eliminations. AGG game 1 0 eliminations. So I can't say, as we are at that halfway mark of the day, can't say they're too satisfied yet with their results on their double points. So let's see if this Erangel could be the turnaround for them.
All right. All Glory Gaming double points day. We'd love to see a couple of eliminations here, and especially when you've got a ton of people looking to make moves here in these stages, especially when you see that play zone shift in All Glory Gaming out there in the north. This is your time to start keeping your eyes on those teams like the Vicious, Influence, Rage in particular. As you can see, they're going to look to group on up with Law already scouting down towards the center. It's like, where are we going to go on in for? Team Queso on that bottom left-hand side of your screen, their POVs, they are in the northwest of things with Alpha7 just towards their south and NRG kind of out diagonally from them. Intense Game could be a big threat and gatekeep them and cause them a lot of trouble on that move-in.
Really having flashbacks here from game number 1. Very similar circle, except for we saw it from here continue to favor the south. And that's kind of what Team Liquid are hedging their bets on right now. They're trying to hope that these next circles do continue to pull towards them in Sunken City, and they'll be able to show up here on this tiny middle island with the advantage. But over here, the Vicious, oh, looks like they're in the trenches over here. Oh, they were able to successfully defend the trenches up against the Navy SEALs, getting taken out first here on match number 3, day 18.
Day 18. Gosh, it's so crazy to hear that. We only have 20 days and this is day 18, and Vicious looking to kind of clean things up if we can and maybe hit a regain, grab some loot, see what we can acquire. Plenty of nades to go around, and it's Team Liquid. Still all 4 members up. Buggy's inside. Got to protect them at all costs here. Kind of on towards that central southern side of things.
Ooh. Okay. Team Liquid looking at third party, that last engagement that the Vicious were able to come out on top of. Team Liquid, but I mean Team Queso, apologies, going to be pulling up here with Big Milo in the back line. Going to be blowing up a vehicle, getting that splash damage, trying to support his squad mates in the front here with the grenades here, Tiff.
Oh gosh, I mean, look, we knew this was going to happen. We knew they were
out.
going to run into each other, but Team Queso taking the short end of the stick on this fight with just 1 player left standing, and they only have 1 elimination. You can see it's Big Milo here on your screen with Vicious. Looking pretty formidable, looking for a regain over there, trying to pick up anyone that was down. They've got 3 up. They've got 4 eliminations. Vicious are having a solid game. Yeah,
mistakes have definitely been made, and the Vicious, they found their sweet spot, and it is those trenches right there. They're able to defend it 2 times back to back. Getting some eliminations, and well, we see Team Queso down to just a solo. Popping over here though, Alpha7. Oh, that's a rock. But we're good. We're good.
Yeah, you just keep on rolling forward.
Yeah,
Totally. Look, all right. So, guys, Inco Gaming officially there on that southern side of things in the play zone. And you can see Alpha7 still taking some shots over there towards Intense Game. But with that play zone shift over to the west side of things, a lot of water in play. I'm looking at Team Liquid, who are going to have to cross immediately alongside Furia with Inco at their backs. And I wouldn't be surprised if Inco dives back into blue or skirts alongside to hit that wide wrap to the west.
I'm starting to think, are you the Inco coach? Because you know.
They're just doing it. That's what they're doing. That's their favorite thing. We saw it on Miramar. We saw it on the first Erangel. We're like, don't worry, they'll get there. For Furia, we're taking shots in the water.
They'll get there. Will they fight? I don't know, but they'll get there. Furia, though, double points day. They're going to be taking shots in the water at Team Liquid like fish in a barrel, looking for Korowski to get the off angle from the bridge side. Hopefully, they'll be able to look down and take out Ayala, who is really just a thorn right now on the side of Furia. Nice little grenade right there with the toss away. Furia and Team Liquid going at it for another match here on the bridge. Game 3.
Interesting for Furia here. A little bit of the same, right? Still on 0, but we'll go into the end game with some solid positioning. If we could just clear out the edge here for Influence Rage, NRG. Bit of a water battle, and it's Influence Rage who finds themselves in the water with NRG surrounding them. The influx of those frag grenades are going to make things really difficult for the reset. In fact, it's never going to happen because guess what? They are eliminated.
Spec will take that to the bank all day. 4 eliminations going their way. Influence Rage not even standing a chance there in the water. So NRG, they're going to be holding down that northern bridge. But over here, AGG, double points there. They're looking to get involved. They're looking to get aggressive up against Alpha7. McGrellin, though, out there behind the boulder in the smokes. Carrillo bleeding on out. 2 members of AGG spotted, leaving just 7. The last one alive right now.
All right. Well, AGG here. Seeing if we can cover the homie. Maybe hit a recovery. But I don't know. We're just chucking frag grenades in the other direction. Maybe that gives us the time, the distraction to run on over. Adrian, let's get you back up on your feet.
Open field. I'm safe.
It's res me, bro. I'm good.
You need to revive me so we can win this game. We'll see what happens as popping over here, not too far from that engagement. We got Twisted Minds doing donuts right now around VIP, looking for the opening knock, but they already lost 2 in the process, leaving just a duo here once again to battle it out from the Twisted Minds side. This is about the 3rd game in a row where they just lose 2 on their rotate. But Big Milo from Team Queso still in the same position that they were overwatching their squad mates get annihilated at earlier on. Keep an eye on the Vicious.
All right, back to Guizao, the solo over here with Obscured down. Not sure if we're going to be able to hit that res, but you can see Strap from VIP just looking to hit the full, and we are just trying to provide cover from across the way, and you're just delaying the inevitable, looking for a bit of a revenge tour there, but we are just sitting here with minimal HP, and just like that, Twisted Minds, they find the angle. We're down and out, and VIP start to rotate in from the north.
Yeah, another pull towards Team Liquid, so they definitely were able to pick the better side of the circle, as they're still going to be favored here. They are going to need to maintain their southern angle, though, as Furia on the opposite end of that bridge, so that's going to be a pretty unique fight here. Inco still surviving as the whole squad up. Gotta love it. Adrian, AGG, I believe the last one alive for the squad. In the shack. In the shack. In the zone, though. It is in the zone.
Still unfortunate. You don't want to just be down to a solo, considering you literally have 0 eliminations on your double points day when the Vicious are roaming around as a duo with 11 eliminations.
You are correct. But he has a shack.
You know what?
He has a shack.
It's a nice shack. Maybe he'll do some decorations.
Yeah, get a little plant, maybe a lamp in there. I heard.
Good. A really bright lamp, yeah.
A really bright lamp. Could be it. Yeah. Wallpaper.
No, I'm not a big fan of wallpaper, but it's okay. Look at those. Shooting ankles over here for Silence. That is criminal if you're Cardozen.
Not a lot of ammo left here on the AUG, so let's see what we can do with the 14 bullets. Cardozen trying to swim back towards Ayala, get the pickup in the water. Silence, though, going to be pushed up here by themselves, really getting the attention of Team Liquid, allowing his squad mates across the bridge to start this barrage of grenades here. They know the angles. They have a good idea where Ayala might be, but none of those grenades were able to hit the mark.
Oh, actually, I'm really curious about Silence here. Like, we swim past Cardozo and we don't even try to cross towards their side of the bridge, and it's Mythic across the water who could be really the thorn in the side to Silence's extension. But I think Ayala might be able to hit a stealth res here. We start it, we bait it, because now look, Furia is starting to swarm on in, but look who's decided to show up. We've extended 2 members out. Wancho and Nenabete from a distance could put some pressure onto Furia and deny them from that full send on a Team Liquid.
Yeah, Inco actually getting into the mix here. Gonna be putting a stop to Furia going to be redirecting their attention, and that should allow the pickup onto Team Liquid underneath the bridge here, as now Silence in the front line with the 3 grenades, trying to get the knock, but almost catching a grenade himself.
All right, back on Silence. That's still Roamer, right? But it's Team Liquid who finally have flipped the script onto Furia, finding some eliminations. And even with Inco trying to put this pressure onto them, we lose out on Inactive, who's out there on that blue zone line that I just don't think we're going to be able to spread on out and get him. Maybe Nenabete and Inactive can meet on up and we can salvage that. But you look towards where that play zone shifts, and I'm looking at NRG, the gatekeepers towards the north, but we've got to clean up on the south side.
Right, smack on the island again, very similar to game number 1. What are the odds of that here happening? And I think that's what a lot of these players are scratching their head. But hey, we're in it here. NRG up on that northern bridge, going to be holding that one down up against VIP and the Vicious. Over here, VIP now making their send, trying to claim a spot in the northern part of this play zone as their own. As, oh, right there in the elimination feed, it does look like Furia, they were sandwiched between Inco and Team Liquid. So there they are. They're out.
All right. Well, over to VIP Esports on 10 eliminations. The Vicious with 11. We found our point sponges at the lobby, and, well, they take down the rest of Team Queso here, bringing them towards 11 as a trio. And it's kind of interesting, right? Neither of these teams are on their double points day, but still finding pop-off moments. However, both of the Titans for this game are in the north side of things, and you can start seeing that shots going out on the cross, and we've got to focus on getting into the play zone here. So you start to think of what that course of action looks like. Is it getting through NRG Spic? Is it looking through that shack for Adrian and AGG in?
That's a nice shack, and I'm sure VIP are going to be stopping at that shack. Oh, Adrian popped out the shack. Going to be crawling here, using this hillside as cover. And the road and the tall grass here. Oh, we're in the zone, so we're satisfied with just being here. Oh, Adrian!
Are we satisfied?
He was satisfied, and then a buggy just squished him. So that happened. But hey, AGG double point stay, top 6. That's 4 points. That's good.
I mean, that's going to be real tough, I'm not going to lie. But for Chief here, got Team Liquid, all 4 members up. It's looking pretty solid. Remember, we've been seeing this turnaround from Team Liquid throughout our day 18. Nenabete, though, on this outskirts, right? They don't really have a ton of space comparing with Team Liquid on the other side.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they have been set up in this position for a hot moment. Inco finally able to hit the shoreline, using the trees, using the smoke, using the boulders for cover for the time being. Team Liquid perfectly content holding down the south for the time being as well. They're going to allow these squads up in the north to just continue to fight each other, take each other out. VIP, 12 eliminations. This has to be one of their best games so far in the tournament. Oh, the ricochet, the grenade, the eviction notice. There goes Spec taken out.
Hey, they're going to fall. Going out with 6 is not bad, but Team Liquid still getting active in that feed. Same with VIP Esports. 14 eliminations. This is absolutely insane for them. Now I'm starting to think, what is their best scoring game?
Yeah.
Of America's Fall, because I think we're starting to encroach on that territory. However, we're down to a duo. It's Team Liquid in the south with all 4 members up that can provide some of the toughest moves against everyone else in this game.
And you got to feel for VIP as well. Yesterday was their double points day, but hey, that is in the past. We are in the present. We have, as of right now, 14 eliminations. The potential for Chicken is going to be challenging, especially with Team Liquid being up here with the whole squad in the south as they look to make their way into the play zone. But VIP, one heck of a game.
What you love to see. Ayala here, looking to maybe open some things up. I still, like, whoever grabs the 10 points for the win is going to... I'd be surprised. Like, you know, if Inco does it, they're going to be sitting at around 11. They're a solo. So we're really stacking the crazy odds here. They're still going to get outpointed. The Vicious or VIP, either of them are just going to have massive high scoring games with that win. But you've got both of them as a duo. The numbers are in Team Liquid's favor. However, we've seen things like this happen towards endgames in PUBG Mobile. It's where everyone starts targeting Team Liquid, and before you know it, they're down to a duo.
That is true, especially if you're Chief out here in the open, zigging and zagging, putting on your dance shoes. You're going to get knocked right there. But at least they're aware of one of their opponents, their current angle. Find this tree. Rosen trying to put up a fight up against M2M. We saw M2M earlier on with the grenade up against Spec, and M2M is not done. The missile right here from M2M continuing to rack up these grenade eliminations, but now here comes the push across the road from Team Liquid.
Hey, this is what we talked about. Chief down and Cardozen very low in HP, finally gets some health on out, and you can see the 3, V1, V2. But this is so open, so distancy, and I'm starting to get really nervous. We just need to get these angles right, but Team Liquid loses the majority of their space, and it's Reyes who just has the angles with all of them bunched up across the way.
Reyes is destroying Team Liquid right now. They know where Reyes is, but the blue zone applying the pressure to Team Liquid. They got no cover, so they honestly need to hit their shots while at the same time avoiding the VIP sightlines. Reyes, another knock. Reyes is about to take out Team Liquid.
Okay, Pimp Mythic here. Patience. But I mean, like I said, we were originally with 4. Now it's just down to Mythic. A 1v1, v2. And it's all in the open. Ray is out here trying to filter those frag grenades to connect on to Mythic. And maybe one gets over there, but it's going to be the angle. Still trying to shoot through the grass and make it happen with VIP hanging out on the other side of things. I wouldn't be surprised if they show up late to look to clean things up.
VIP as the duo definitely taking their time with this one. Finally, M2M going to be jumping in the water, trying to group up on the island with his squad mate Myth in the front lines with the grenades. Currently throwing them, shooting Mystic, but Mystic. Nice shot right there, and it comes down to just the timing from M2M, but we should be able to get the pickup. I'm looking at Reyes. Reyes has been dominating, especially dominating Team Liquid over here. Going to be pushing a little more closer into the zone, has some boulders to work with, but not a lot of ammo here, Tiff.
This is wild. I mean, look, especially if one player from VIP gets knocked, they hit the reset. I thought this was going to be the true 1v1v1. But it's all about that angle. And honestly, Myth looking down the barrel over there towards Vicious could be what Mythic needs here to just stay low.
8 bullets. Oh, the MG3. There you go. I'll take that all day long with the level 3 gear as well. There is nothing stopping my man. Hopefully not this grenade. Hopefully not this Molotov. Mystic looking to take him out, crawling ever so closer. But Reyes with the level 3 gear, definitely going to help him here to hopefully get this winner chicken dinner.
Oh, but now Mythic starting to put that angles, but he's got 5 frag grenades left in the hands of Reyes, and Mythic's going to see it land nearby. That connects. Can we get the last of VIP? I mean, we are genuinely just out here trying to make this work. VIP Esports. Are we done and out? No, we're imploding. There we go, out with 15. Team Liquid down with 9, and it is the Vicious who take the win with 16 eliminations.
Let's go. Their best game yet. I guarantee it. Reyes right there. The Terminator, my dude. Rambo mixed with Terminator together. That's who Reyes is after this match. Had no ammo, was able to get that crate at that last moment. Got the MG3, got the level 3 gear. Had a laser for an arm when it comes to the grenades. Homie was on point here this game. Reflections.
Yeah, he may have went into the game 22nd overall out of everybody when it comes to total eliminations throughout the fall season, but he was number 1 in game number 3 on day 18. He tore it up. What a player. And then to have to do that, right, with Mythic, just peppering you and trying to put you into the dirt. And then, of course, on the opposite side, VIP trying to make some magic happen. VIP, I think, wins that if they don't get caught across the river and have to cross it. It just put them in a bad spot. But, I mean, Tiff, talk to me about that zone, because from zone 5 and onwards, it was so awkward to have those 2 pieces of water, then you had the bridge, and it's a unique zone. You don't see it too often, and it puts some of the teams in really tough spots.
You really don't see it too often, but then you think about our first match on Erangel today, and you're like, wait a second. we're pulling to the exact same island just north of ruins, things getting crazy, and you would think that teams, after seeing match number 1 and playing that out, we would be more aware, but the pool was so much further north initially on that first stage, and then it kind of starts dropping down and centering up, and then you see everyone having to cross the water at the very last moment, but then the teams that came in from the south side didn't necessarily want to cross the river, and it just seemed like we had these chokeholds that we kept getting caught up on. But VIP, I mean, it was them and Vicious the entire time, just finding all the right rotations and just using their placements to just find all of the preferred angles. It's kind of crazy that those 2 teams had 31 eliminations.
It's nuts, like, and everybody else is dwarfed by that. You know, NRG 6 eliminations, and good for them, but it was just, and that was Spec, right? He just couldn't get out of that. Furia kind of had some a similar fate. They get caught between Team Liquid and Inco, but this is where Reyes truly starts to turn up. And talk to me about what he did so well other than just surviving. I mean, why was he able to accumulate a total of 8 eliminations this game alone, and the majority coming from this final series of zones, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, we can see the terrain right there. He had a slight ledge to work with, so he could just pop his head up, take the shots, mow down the grass, and then dip back down, get the heal, and also keep tabs on the whereabouts of Team Liquid, who they were on the high ground in the open field, really know where to go. So definitely positioning, but also just keeping his opponents marked. He knew exactly where they were. He knew who had sightlines on him and who to prioritize first. And that's what we saw right there at the end between Team Liquid and VIP.
So now things get a little weird, right? Furia, they've been underperforming today outside of their map number 2 with 8 eliminations, but now the door is almost open. It's slightly open, Tiff, for the Vicious, despite them not being on double points, and for them to also have wasted their double point stay. 34 points away from catching up to Furia, breaking into top 7. This puts a lot of pressure on Furia to excel in the next 3 maps, or out of nowhere, Vicious could actually catch up.
I mean, they could, right? But you think yesterday that was their double points day, so we don't have that for them at all. But today is Furious, so if we don't do too well, and I say that, but we have a 36-point game on that Miramar for the initial win, but still answering back with a 26, and Furia not having the best performance. I mean, sure, it's probably closer. They got the 6 eliminations or whatever. So, I mean, I think that was NRG actually, but regardless, you're still getting things. They actually had 0 eliminations at Erangel. So things like that are going to allow Vicious to kind of keep clawing back.
And that's interesting. So we look at the bottom now, Dave. Vicious,
what up, man?
Furia, 34 points separate them now.
Yeah,
that's not a significant amount for Vicious to cover.
Oh, okay, we're still talking. Okay, the Vicious, they had like a little mini Alamo that game that multiple teams crashed and just couldn't flush them out, right? So it really did set them in the right direction, and they played their cards right. 16 eliminations, it's massive. Do I think they can continue to cover the ground? 78 points, sure, it's doable, but I'm gonna have to see another game like we just saw right there from the Vicious and hope that it's not just like a one-off here. Is that fair to say? Like, I want to jump on it.
78 points though.
How many do they need?
They need 34 to catch up to top 7, which is Fury.
Oh, 34. Now that's a little different there, because you know I'm a believer in momentum, and Reyes that game. Homie's got the momentum with the 1K damage and 8 eliminations. So you're asking me, can the Vicious get it done? Yes, they can. There we go.
Hey, 34 is a lot different than 7, because top 5 is no longer the goal, right? Top 5 is one thing. Like, top 5 is great. That's more money, but for PMGC, the Vicious just has to catch up to Furia. I thought top 7 was solidified. The Vicious are making things interesting, but again, Furia's on their double points, so depending on how they do.
I just got the email right now.
Uh-oh. What does it say?
It said top 7's the goal.
Top 7's the goal.
And they said,
not number 1, but top 7.
We got this. We got this. Okay. Powerbang would be proud, because Powerbang was the only person on this whole broadcast that believed in the Vicious. So I just want to put that out there.
The lamp is on. And the lamp is for the vicious, too.
The vicious.
Is that what it is?
That's
what
what
it is.
We figured it out.
That's
Are
what
we
it is.
dedicating it?
We have to. I can't.
Should we turn it off?
No.
Turn it
Why
off.
would you
Turn
want to
it
stop
off. Turn
momentum?
it
What do
off.
you have against the vicious?
Well,
No.
I know it's not that I have anything against them. It's just like, you know, one of those things where we could test it. If that's the truth. Like,
I don't want to test it.
We turn it off for Sandhawk. We pop it back on for Miramar.
Yeah.
Maybe?
No. You keep it on. We need an interesting story for the storyline.
Turn it off.
No, don't
It's
listen to
it's
Dave.
ruining the whole purple vibe, honestly, at this point. Like,
That's
the
crazy.
lamp
Wow.
needs
You
to
wanted
be
it.
turned off. All right.
You
You
wanted
were the
it,
one
Dave.
asking me if it even worked. I told you it's like very bright. Like it is just the best lamp you could ask for. It's very tiny. It's efficient. You know,
It's a great
fine.
lamp. It's a great lamp.
Oh no,
Phenomenal
thank you.
lamp.
Exactly.
Honestly,
Oh, you should turn
there
it
are
off.
many lamps, but that lamp is your lamp, okay? And that'll never change. That will never change, Tiff.
That's true. Unless I give it to you. I mean, then it's not my lamp anymore, right?
Now see, there's a good idea. I wouldn't mind that. I would, and it would go right where
This
the
guy's
pumpkins
got
are.
enough lamps. Now he's got a. Hold up. Where'd you get a pumpkin from?
Welcome
Is
to
that-
the show, Dave. Hey, so I got that yesterday. It's back there on the backdrop. We're getting in the Halloween spirit. Ooh, right? It's
Ooh.
ghost season, okay? It's ghost season. And apparently it's also vicious season. They're coming back. Matter of fact, the pumpkin is for the vicious. That's why I put it back there, okay? Hey, things are starting to get fun, though. I'm liking where we're going, and I'm excited that there's actually a story developing within that top 7 race because I thought it was completely done. But it seems as if it's not done just yet. So things are starting to get a lot of fun. Hey, we got 3 more games to go today, and for Furia, they need to capitalize on their double points. We'll see what's going to end up happening there. Dave, what else are we looking for, man? Alpha7, how high can they go today? 1,100? Are we feeling it?
What are we looking for? I think I have a pumpkin, so I'm gonna go look for that pumpkin on the break so I can put it on my desk somewhere and match your pumpkin. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, fair enough. All right, well, here we go. We're going to break, but when we do come back, we're heading into map number 4, which is going to be on Sandhawk, and certain teams need to step it up, but for others, they just need to stay on the course that they're currently on because they are dominating. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, map 4 coming your way.
Let's go over to Inco. Alright, today we're here with PB Ultimate.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 18. Things are getting interesting when it comes to the standings. The top 7 race, it's not concluded just yet. There's one team looking to make it in themselves, and that's the Vicious. Off the back of a 20-plus game, they are on fire, and, well, Dave says momentum's a thing, and I think momentum is absolutely a thing when it comes to esports. They've got it. Now they just need to clear 34 more points and shut Furia down, and they're going to do it here when it comes to Sandhawk. And for the Vicious, they're not necessarily the loudest team when it comes to Sandhawk, and I don't think they have been traditionally, but doesn't matter because they got momentum, baby. But I will tell you who is a good Sandhawk team, and that's Influence Rage. And they've been doing decently well today, and I think they're going to do just fine here, or maybe even Loops, who had a little tussle with the muscle a little bit earlier going against Alpha7. They did quite well. They're looking to do the same here. This is going to be a fun map, and of course, we have to focus on Ruins. Let's see who's going to end up winning that fight. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
Oh, give us a good Sandhawk. Let me just tell you, there's something about this map to kind of just completely shake up the day. And who knows, maybe the Vicious are going to kind of come back swinging alongside VIP Esports. The point sponge they were on that Erangel, bringing it here on Sandhawk.
Bringing it back. Yeah, Sandhawk is like the refresher of the day. You jump in, you get it done, you jump out, and you continue on going. As we're looking over here at Runes, I don't think we'll have a hot drop. Actually, I only see X Factor going to be dropping in the Runes area, as we got the dedicated Runes cam here reporting live from the Runes, as clear blue skies, couple clouds, but nothing to worry about here today, as we are going to be anticipating a non-hot drop Sandhawk match.
Hey, look, it's going to be nice and clean over here, but Team Queso, you can see one member of Inco already with the knives towards the back, and that's going to be tough if you're Team Queso, especially if you're landing up there nearby each other towards the northwest. Sure, Ruins are all fine and dandy, but the chaos is elsewhere.
It's got to feel bad. You jump in, you're pumped up, and then you get punched out. Like, that's your game. That's your game for here on day 18. Well, Team Queso gonna be down a member. We'll see how they answer back. Talking about being down a member, the Vicious with the pull up onto Casper NRG. Or like, see you later. That's what the Vicious are saying here. Just rolling on here with the drop top. Got a couple pistols. Got a UMP. Got a boulder. Hey, we're feeling good. Especially out that 16 elimination game. We're going to jump in, get 1 point right off the rip. This is the Vicious looking to be top 7.
I mean, look, do it. Do it. Keep off that momentum that we witnessed last match. That is the level of playfield that I have just been wanting for so many of our teams. And to kind of see them kick that off, I mean, they're in 8th place. They've got 8 wins. It's great, right? Especially if you're kind of leveling up, especially on the last week throughout here. And you're about to break 400 plus eliminations, which is really solid for them.
The Vicious done with their bonus points day. That they already cashed out one in. So I am a little nervous when it comes to the whole race for top 7, but they are right there as well. Furia in their double points day. They do have the potential to really get that gap going, but we'll have to get back to that because the Influence Rage, little boy, DBS making the pull up with Diego, trying to get the initial knock here with the grenade. One more grenade to go. Oh, Diego, that grenade was good onto inactive. So this is going to be Inco on the defend up against Influence Rage.
Ooh, all right. We knew Action Pack was going to get crazy soon, so might as well keep that moving forward. Inactive down over there just towards the left. Metali over here on the fence line, trying to play for audio cues, looking for information, waiting around for the teammates. But the full comes through thanks to Diego. And it's Nenabete here, just has to go prone because Diego's still looking for more.
Yeah, Diego needs to be cautious. Nenabete knows exactly the angle Diego's looking to take here on the compounds. But there goes Wancho, catching the slugs to the dome. Oh, Nenabete spotted, tagged, and bagged right there. Inco Gaming taken out very early on, 1 elimination. And you know what? Taylor Reflection's going to be happy with this one because that opens up the gates for X Factor on their hunt for the PMGC North America spot.
Oh, okay. Opening up room here for our teams. But still, just like we opened things up here on Sandhawk with a lot of chaos, we've got this moment of reprieve as a lot of our teams are still trying to get themselves situated into that play zone. Our team Queso now down to a trio. It's gonna be totally fine for them though. I'm not too worried. I would like to see them have all 4 members up alongside NRG as well. Despite Inco Gaming kind of being the thorn in their side that takes the one before they completely fall out.
Hey Tiff, can I ask you something?
I mean, you're gonna do it anyway, so like full send.
If you don't want me to ask, I won't ask.
No, you can ask. I'm just messing with you.
Okay. Out of all the maps, which one would you want to live on the most?
Huh? I mean,
like if you had to pick a map to live on,
I'm between Erangel and Sandhawk. Like Sandhawk, is so much more green and leafier than Erangel. But definitely not Miramar. Definitely not. No? I mean, I love warm weather, but sand gets everywhere.
That is true. I feel like I would go with Miramar and live on like Puerto Parisio, one of the shore towns.
Oh.
I think, but yeah, definitely dry skin for sure. I think Sandhawk probably the most humid, so I like humidity. Could be another pick as well, but I respect it. Reflections said Vikendi, so we don't even play Vikendi, and that's the map he wants to live on. Cold, rigid.
I do like the cold.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's fun.
It's snowing all day.
Snowboarding action.
Oh, it is true.
Snowboarding.
Okay. It is what it is as X Factor out here. Nothing but potential this game with Inco being eliminated. What they do with that, well, it's up to them.
We'll just wait and see here because X Factor getting closer and closer to this care package. And you can see Influence Rage across the way, but I love that Havlik here is just keeping every once in a while just looking on up, seeing if they've gotten any closer or if they're full sending for this. But for now, we seem to be all right. Except Lorenzen is looking for those angles, but Havlik connects on a few. Nice.
Little suppressed M4 action right there. The 3 times. Looks like Caprice has the 4 times. Uh-oh. Cardozen. Waiting for Strap to pop in the US to take the shots here. Now recognizes there's another player going to be relaying that information off to his squad mates who are trying to close the gap out there in the distance. We see ahead. Do we take the shot? Cardozen just waiting to spring the trap. There it is. Looking for the cover fire from the squad mates here. Cardozen's position immediately compromised, but Mystic here in the front lines. The 3-1 split paying off in their favor. Going to be getting 2 eliminations onto VIP.
Not good if you're VIP, especially after that game that you had on Erangel. But Sandhawk, man, hey, you never know. It's just going to be Cunha on your screen here in the vehicle. The solo left standing. Kind of unfortunate scenario for them, but you never know. You just kind of hold on and maybe you can grab some placement points out of it.
Uh-oh. Talk about holding on. Team Queso. Milos. We're sending it. We are sending it. We're pulling up. Coop is on fire. I don't care. I'm popping out. I'm going for the DBS shots, but here are the Navy SEALs taking out Milo. Leaving just Poppy Pocho, the last one alive right now for Team Queso.
Okay. Well, that's how you got to make things moving. Let's see. Poppy Pocho here on the inside. Couple solos all around the world here for these teams. And Influence Rage setting their sights onto Furia. Double points, don't care. We knew teams were going to get into it a little bit more here on Sandhawk. As always, this match just goes quicker. And Furia full sends towards the building. And we get kind of hung up. And just like that, we see the Navy SEALs be like, all right, welcome to my trap.
The second team back-to-back just blind sending it right into the Navy SEALs for some odd reason. It's going to be Paradise Resorts. The Navy SEALs holding down the northern part of the resort. We do have Influence Rage out there. Instead of blind sending it, they're going to be on foot. Fortunate for them, taking their time, doing a little scouting before just straight up sending it into the point of interest here. Diego cooking a grenade, tossing it, looking for the connection onto Koski. Only 2 members of Furia survived after their rotation.
Okay. Not good for your double points day, but you live, you learn, and you move on to Miramar after this one for Influence Rage across the way. And you got the Navy SEALs who were able to pick up a couple of eliminations. It's kind of stuck here in the open for the time being.
Navy SEALs, is this your match? Oh, is this your match, Navy SEALs? Can we see a VIP game that we saw last time around for the Navy SEALs? Is this all they needed? It was some paradise love. One more member alive from Furia, trying to scramble, looking to possibly get the pickup. Navy SEALs, though, being a little bit slow to the jump to confirm this one, playing it nice and safe, trying to toss out these grenades, trying to use their utility to confirm the last elimination. Those Molotovs are good with the follow-up grenade. The Navy SEALs, 5 eliminations here so far.
Hey, that's a big game. This is double points for them. We're asking for turnarounds, and if this is what it's got to be, so be it, because being on 5 eliminations gets you 10 points just off the start. It's still a fresh lobby. A lot of teams still trying to find their way, and then you see that circle pull, and you are dead center in it, and everyone's going to be looking to come to you. I mean, look, Navy SEALs buff for this one.
I see what Reflections has been saying all tournament long. All it takes is one good game for the Navy SEALs, and they will be right back in it. So they're going to be dead center for the time being. 5 eliminations. We'll have to continue to see how they survive, because Loops right now, Loops setting up a trap. They're going to be on the high ground. You got the X Factor right beneath them, trying to avoid the grenades, but Rafita with the double knock right there.
All right, let's get to it, especially if we can hit this reset. Maybe take the rest of them down and hit a res. You can see across the way, one might be able to hop onto it, but VIP Esports, especially after that performance on Erangel in match number 3, down and out and Twisted Minds getting into it with the Navy SEALs who are taking it straight to them. Twisted Minds falls here. What is going on? Navy SEALs, how many elims do we have? 8?
The Navy SEALs said, one last game is all we need, and they looked at each other and they said, we got this. 8 eliminations so far, solid position right now, and they defended not up against 1, not up against 2, but 3 different squads on the pull-up. So they're going to be definitely fed when it comes to having all the utility, all the loot one could ask for here on this Sandhawk map. Navy SEALs doing what they do best, and that's winning.
I mean, look, let's do it. I was trying to see how many they've got. They've gotten 2 wins throughout the course of fall so far. If we convert here, you get your 3rd. Plus, better late than never. A little bit of prone action here to just keep your eyes forward.
Okay, throwing the knife. Okay, who knows? Could have got a knock with that. I mean, that's how good they're feeling right now. Is my dude decided to toss out a knife just to see where it lands. Like, that's how good they're feeling. 8 eliminations. They're hoping that more teams continue to crash their compound right now, Tiff.
Do it. Full send.
Could they get the win? Maybe. They got a nice position. Got a little care package right there. Level 3 gear. The PUBG Mobile gods blessing them from above. They got Loops a little south of them in Paradise, kind of being the buffer between them and the southern teams, really just leaving the whole north side of this open. Just laying out the welcome mat, waiting to see if more teams decide to crash this building.
Nah, don't chow. Don't chow them right now. Let them be. They are They're just one-upping everyone so far that's tried to chow them. You got Loops kind of living out towards the south with 9Z there. Now, you could see Alpha7 look to make a play, but when you've got the eastern side of things and the play zone shifts and you're fine where you are, they're not necessarily going to move towards where the Navy SEALs are unless they have to. And I don't anticipate the Navy SEALs moving in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they're not going to move. This building has been working out. This has been working out. They picked the best spot right now to hunker down and really defend. So we got NRG, we got Team Liquid, we got 9Z on the outskirts right now of the circle. Team Liquid, they might be eyeballing this compound. Yes, they are. Team Liquid pulling up right there. Ayala with the initial knock, but boom, baby, Cardozo bleeding on out to the DBS. Let's see, what can we do? Navy SEALs 3 up. It's an all-out brawl with the shotguns right now, Tim.
Hey, this is what I wanted. Boom! Come on in. Chief down, Chief out. And it is just one player left standing. They open the door and Mythic falls. All we gotta do is find Ayala out here. What is happening? What are we witnessing? The breakdown. The fulls coming through. Challenge through the jump, and it's gonna be Ayala for the clutch.
Oh my goodness, how close was that? Team Liquid almost getting eliminated up against the Navy SEALs. Let's see, Ayala trying to get the pickup. Here comes NRG, the duo. Fate, 24K, trying to flush him out. Ayala trying to get the pickup. Gonna be pulling off that one because now here comes the grenades.
Oh, this is so unfortunate because all we want is to hit the res on our teammates. So I'll take you down through the door and I'll make it a 1v1. I'll be patient. Health so low, and I honestly don't know if we're gonna be able to get a reset, but we go out, we hit the balcony, we go prone. We start to make crazy plays, and it's 24K on the other side, trying to filter the nades right on through. Time is of the essence, but the regain is here. But the issue is you're going to have 24K walking around hitting the fulls. So even if we survive here, we're going to be down to solos.
Ayala's hunting. He got the heal. He can hear the footsteps. 24K on the second story. Ayala has 6 grenades to work with. 24K hitting that boost. Both players with the shotgun trying to get that last-ditch effort in when it comes to securing the loot. A 1v1 here. Spec gonna be in it, trying to group up on the outskirts with the UMP, trying to make this a 2v1. Time is not on Ayala's side right now.
Ooh, all right, Rayala. Let's make it happen, but we're low, and Spec is just able to make that happen. Team Liquid down and out with 9 elimination. That building has seen it all.
It had seen a lot. It has seen a lot, and Spec honestly needed to clutch that one out because if 24K would have gotten knocked right there, it would have been on Spec, taking their sweet time to group up with their squad mates. But 24K, Spec going to claim this building for themselves. Is it bad of me that I wish kind of that the Navy SEALs would have won that engagement up against Team Liquid? Am I an evil person?
No, I don't think that's evil in any way, shape, or form. I'm always down to root for an underdog, especially that's popping off and just seeming to find their flow. Especially if you're all the way down in 16th on the overall standings, you drop 10 eliminations, going out in 11th place with the most damage out of everyone in the lobby aside from Team Liquid. That's just impressive. It's a solid game.
Oh, man. 10 eliminations. That's 20 points. That was their best game ever. So we'll see what they can accomplish moving forward as Alpha7 Revo just clocking in. Another day at the office over here. Going to be just picking apart the Vicious one by one. Looking to further his gap on the overall elimination leaderboard. As we were hyping up the Vicious, and for good reason. They had an amazing game last match. If you haven't seen it, make sure you go watch it back because they were popping off. But when it comes to the Sandhawk game, 1 elimination, getting taken out from Alpha7.
All right, AGG, double points day. Hasn't necessarily been the best so far, but 1 elimination in the hands of Adrian thus far, and you've got all 4 players upstanding alongside Alpha7, Influence, Rage, and Loops. And by no means, that is a really solid way to kick things off. The issue is, with so many teams already down and out, and the points having been attributed to Team Liquid and and the Navy SEALs, we've just got to work with what we've got because Alpha7 and Influence Rage are both on 5. Numbers are dwindling. So how are we going to get eliminations to boost our points?
Yeah, not something we said all tournament long, by the way. The points, a lot of the points went towards the Navy SEALs. So GG to them. If they could just continue to try to find a compound that everybody decides to crash in and defend it, I'm all for it. So AGG, double points day, trying not to get stuck out here in the blue up against Influence Rage now. Got a little hill, both teams with their own respected hills. A couple boulders over here. Alpha7, they might opt to sweep the north and third party this one, so we'll have to keep tabs on that one. But that was a beautiful grenade right there. Nice little knock as we're popping over here real quick. Loops, little cover fire action. Picking on IG, just bullying them here on their double points. Rivas knocked Adrian behind the boulder. Here comes Papa Blue. Something to say. Going to be chunking him down big time. This, not the play. This angle is not the angle. Oh, no.
Ooh, timing. Okay, we're fine, but I would love to see us get out of here.
Yeah, no, we're fine.
I know Influence Range is just above us, but okay.
Yeah.
Now we're starting to move slowly but surely.
We're dead. Yeah, we're dead. Papa Blue, don't mess around.
No.
Oh.
Everything's fine. Just please get out.
Nah. We're just going to get an elimination.
Just full send. Run. Out of blue. No. No. This isn't happening. Wow. AGG. At least you went out with 3.
Sure. 6 total elimination points right there. Double points day. Spending a lot of time in the blue. Alpha7. Alpha7 still alive late game. 7 eliminations to be expected at this point.
Ooh, Loops. I mean, look, we knew Loops was hanging out in this area just south of where the Navy SEALs had situated themselves. You see NRG initially, just third-party Team Liquid who grabbed the Navy SEAls, and now these two have got to run into each other. Who is going to call themselves the Kings of the South here on Sandhawk?
Yeah, looking at this, NRG, they got their little corner for the time being, but it is not in the zone. But honestly, Alpha7, they're going to have the last laugh. They got the zone priority. They see the blue zone pushing these rats out of their hiding corners, and now they're going to be taking shots at anything that moves here. Here comes Loops trying to make the pull out. They got the smokes. They got the cover, the soft cover that is, to hopefully allow them to get within the play zone. But honestly, this is Alpha7's game to win.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. Especially in a 4v3 with one of the members of Loops down and out. I mean, we thought we were going to see the Kings of the South come through, but the nades, they are just going straight across the way. Haven't connected with Neil Zada, but Revo says, let me show you guys something. I'm going to pull on up with my vehicle, extend on that elimination lead. We take some damage from it. You've got to be wary, especially of Neil Zada over here. You never know what's going to happen, but Revo takes it straight to him. Nino here bouncing around the rock, takes Revo down. Retaliation against what was done for Neil Zada here.
Got the quick confirm right there. Nino really low, going to be just popping out his head for the last ditch effort play, but Alpha7 using their numbers to their advantage to claim themselves the second win of the day, totaling 18 chicken dinners during this PMSL so far.
I mean, we're just extending on our domination at this point. A 26-point game with 13 eliminations. Wait, did I just do doubles? No, a 23. They're not, look, math. Reflections, I'm just gonna give it to you because math is very tough for me right now.
Hey, math is tough for me. You know that. Look, we're casters. Math,
turn.
we wouldn't be true casters if math wasn't hard. I'm like a fly cleaning its little legs, man. I'm looking at Alpha7.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm going to say that.
That's a visual. That's a visual.
I'm like a fly cleaning its little legs, you know. Flies are actually
everything out there.
clean,
You're a fly, though.
if you didn't know. Yeah, I just want you to know, fly clean. You know what? But you get the visualization. That's how I am right now, man.
Okay.
Cooking something up. Alpha7's got 2 today. And they're going for 3. And I feel it in my core, even though I already said this about Team Liquid, but now I'm switching to Alpha7. I feel it in my core. They're going for 3 today, right? 13 total eliminations. A winner chicken dinner. But I want to go to this house fight that ended up taking place. That was just nuts to me. Okay. Yo, Navy SEALs starting off hot and heavy. Then they run into Team Liquid. Then Team Liquid runs into NRG. Dave, give me the breakdown.
I want to ask you, I want to turn it around. If you're a fly, what was the Navy SEALs this game? What is the spirit animal that the Navy SEALs were this game? Because for me, they were like an elephant just with their trunks just roaring all over the place. I don't know if elephants make that sound, by the way. Well, stop me. Please stop me from this. But yeah, Navy SEALs just doing a great job at defending. This was the moment that I was like really rooting for them. Of course, Team Liquid, they've shown up. They've proven themselves throughout PMSL and just the whole competitive year as a whole. But really, I was like rooting for that 1v1 to go in the favor of the Navy SEALs just so we can continue to see them hold down the fort, essentially.
See, I was on the opposite end. I wanted to see Team Liquid win that because Ayala put up an I swear, because he put up such a good fight.
You are fun,
and I
man.
love the way they full sent it in with the Jeep and then just instantly took down one of Navy. Like, it was the most violent entry into a fight I've seen yet during the fall season. I was all for it. But then NRG wins it, but you got to give credit. I mean, look, Navy SEALs did a great job. Team Liquid did a great job with 9 eliminations. I was once attacked in Ethiopia by an elephant. But let's now go to Alpha7. They get to the end. They get the winner chicken dinner with 13 eliminations. Loops is opposite of them, Tiff. But Loops almost gets it done. And by the way, that's a great game from Loops, too. I think across the board, a lot of teams you can say, wow, they performed really well. But Alpha7, the Kings, are at the top.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, look, if we're looking for those 20 wins, that's a great way to kick things off. We haven't had 3 back-to-back, and honestly, Alpha7 are setting themselves up to get 3 wins in a singular day with 2 more shots at it. With Loops having that powerful performance in second place with 15 points, but you see Team Queso down there in 8th with 1 point, and you know how close they are on the leaderboard, so things are probably shifting.
You would think so. Team Queso, the struggles, they continue. They've had glimpses of, wow, they're here, they're looking like their old selves, and then they drop off once again. Granted, Sandhawk, maybe not the best map for them to look at this. I mean, how often, Dave, do you go to the second page and see a team with 20 points?
Are you doing the math on this, by the way? I want to see them on the first page. Give them props. You know, they got a really solid game going their way. They deserve the first page. But yeah, looking at the Navy SEALs here, 455 points is, I think, what they need to reach top 5. But then after email,
it's doable.
They just top 7 is the goal. Not doable, man. It's not doable. But if they can continue to have like really standout performances like that, I think at least they can go end PMSL at the end of the day and be like, hey, you know, we gave it our all. We had some really bad games or bad weeks, but the last week we started to show up. So I think that's the point that we're at right now. It's just playing to the best of your abilities and really seeing what you can accomplish, because you have to assume like the pressure is no longer there for that team specifically. So kind of just play your game, have fun, and try to pop off, because at the end of the day, they did qualify. They made it here somehow, right? So they are a great squad. It's just the caliber of teams in this lobby are just that much tougher.
You know, improvements, that's what needs to happen. And on top of that, for Navy SEALs, like each of those 4 players on that roster, you know, they want to improve their stock as individual players. Like, even if they don't remain with this organization, they don't remain under this name, under that banner of Navy SEALs, they still want to prove themselves as competitors. And you're right, they made it. They are the top, or one of the top 16 teams that made it to this very stage. And I think for all these rosters here, that's a massive accomplishment. I'm glad that you say that and you bring it back down to reality, right? We always talk about Alpha7, Influence, Rage, Twisted Minds, right? Our top 7 teams, now even top 8 with the Vicious still being very close to Furia. But, you know, there are other rosters who have made it to this stage, which is just simply incredible. And Tiff, honestly, for this whole league in general, not to get on a soap opera, but like, this league is really cool. Like, how many leagues in esports? You know, how many leagues at esports will literally fly their players down to Sao Paulo or just in general to a LAN center or a LAN location to play for 20 days, Tiff? It just doesn't happen, so these players are blessed.
Yeah, it is a true blessing, because you get to know everyone from all the different regions. You get to make friends and kind of improve in that situation. So when you move on to the later stages and you're like competing at things like Esports World Cup and kind of doing all of these big LAN events, you're like, okay, I'm competing for a ton of cash, but I've already got that LAN experience.
Right. The LAN experience is incredibly important, and trust me, it makes a massive difference when you play, even in your online, competitive stages, but especially when you go back on LAN, it's awesome. Hey, it's been 4 great games, and Alpha7 are going for 3 wins for the day to be the first one to do so. They've set plenty of milestones. Why not set yet another one? But as we do go into break and wait for map number 5 on Miramar, we have a special content piece for you. Baton had a chance to answer your questions submitted onto Instagram, but also our questions as casters and talents. Let's hear what Baton had to say.
We're here with Baton from X Factor for a Q&A. How does it feel being back in Brazil for our LAN?
We're very happy to be here. One more time. We're very happy to be here again, and hopefully we will be here more times. We were very excited to be here one more time on this LAN, to do good results, to qualify to PMGC.
Why does the team struggle so much getting into late game situations?
Because we have a lot of early fights in the first zones. We are like very aggressive team, and sometimes our aggressive is too much, and we're trying to improve ourselves, and also we do a lot of individual mistakes, and we have like minus some player in the early game.
How does it feel when A7 decided to stop dropping Lipovka?
We didn't think about it because it was their like secondary drop, and if they need points, they should just drop to their like main drop and don't lose players, because if they kill us, they will lose some players and it will be minus game for them. So like we didn't really care about it early.
If you could form a fantasy roster with current and retired players, who would you choose?
I would pick Karilio from Alpha7, Crow from Inco Gaming, and Fubson from Demorta.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 18. We've seen 4 great games, 2 more to go. We hop back into Miramar. The last time we were on Miramar, it was Furia who ended up getting a big win, and they are in need of some points. The reason why is because the Vicious is catching up to them, despite Furia being on their bonus points day, their last bonus points of the fall season. It looks as if they might be falling flat once again, and therefore opening the opportunity for other rosters to catch up to them. Again, the Vicious looking to do so, I believe like 34, 35 points away, something like that, which is very close considering that at the start of the day, I think it was a lot more. So Furia, today is your day still. Get some points in the next two. I think if they can secure 30, 40 points over the next couple of games, I think that'll be enough to keep the Vicious at bay. But then again, the Vicious, they're resilient, they're vicious, and they're coming at Furia's throats. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. We bring in our casters of Mustache Dave and Spider Tiff. It's time to get it going, right? Game number 5, the last chance for Group B, arguably the worst group when it comes to our groups as a whole. Kind of making good on that because Furia hasn't got the best performance done. AGG has really not done a lot today, despite their opportunity to catch up to the top 7. It's just not looking good. However, Navy SEALs come out of nowhere and improve their stock. Loops still looking pretty good, and then Alpha7 continues to do Alpha7 things. And for Team Liquid, right, they just get into that battle. I really wanted to see them go the distance, man. Tiff, they were at 9 eliminations when they were eliminated. Let's just theoretically say they make it out of that fight with 10 eliminations. They still have 3 players left. Do we see a record? I think we do.
For Team Liquid or for Navy SEALs? I mean, you got to think. We already had, was it 2 or 3 of them down? 1 member of Team Liquid had been fully eliminated. So you have your last player up, 2 down on the ground, and then you basically have NRG as the duo that pulls on up. If we full stick that res and deny any of those frag grenades from connecting, you take a 2v2, it could be a little more simple, right? Especially if you get that initial knock through the door. I don't know if we get a record per se, but you would have walked away with 2 more from NRG, so you would have pushed yourself from 9 to 11. And then you would have had a stellar positioning, but at the end of the day, you still had to take on Loops, which was a full 4 stack. And I don't know, my brain's just like spinning, and I'm like, maybe they walk away with 14 or 15, or maybe they fall against Loops.
14 or 15 is pretty solid, especially falling against Loops. That's a possibility. Loops has been pretty dominant against Team Liquid when they run into each other. They're just a roster that's great. They excite me. I can't wait to watch PMGC and see how far they go. For the Vicious, though, back on board with that, Reyes is spectacular. This week alone, Dave, he's managed to jump up to the top 6 in overall eliminations at a total of 26 eliminations, tied with that of Radaboy, who's just above him. You know, there's a real chance Reyes, with one good game here, he could jump up to, I don't know, 2nd place, to even pass up Guizal, be just behind Revo. That's how good he's been in week number 4.
Yeah, by the way, I got the pumpkin just for you. No one noticed. It's okay. But going back to Reyes from the Vicious. Yeah, for me, Reyes reminds me a lot of Colgo, right, from Team Queso. Like, he is the star player, putting in a lot of work. Of course, it's a team game. You got the support from your squad mates. But if Reyes is feeling good, popping off, getting the eliminations, then the whole team is kind of thriving. And it reminds me a lot of Colgo on Team Queso. And when your star player isn't really performing to the best of their abilities, the whole team kind of is impacted by that, essentially. So that's why when we're looking at like Team Queso, the Vicious, it's still a big question mark for me personally, just because, like I said, if their star player isn't popping off, how does the team perform that day?
Well, Team Queso, I can give you the answer to that. They're in 11th place when it comes to overall eliminations for week 4. They are really, really not performing well. They only have a total of 43. You compare that to the top performer, which is Alpha7. They're at 95 for week 4. So not even half of what Alpha7 has been able to achieve. And not even half, or a little bit over half of what Twisted Minds is currently at. Team Queso at one point would have been at the very top. Okay, so for them, final time to step it up. Now, they could be cruising. They understand they're already going to PMGC, but no, I don't like that. That's not a winner's mentality. I want you to put everybody into the grave each and every time you go onto the battlefield, a.k.a. on map number 5 here on Miramar. And this could very well be the 3rd map Alpha7 wins today. Can they get it done? They've done it before, but can they do it again today? Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, let's find out.
Yeah, it'd be really sick if they could go the distance here on Miramar, considering it was Furia that took the win last time we saw Miramar today with 36 total points thanks to double points. Alpha7, however, went out in 6th place with 4 eliminations, Dave.
Yeah, listen, can Alpha7, can they get 20 chicken dinners? I think that is kind of like one of my questions right now. We're sitting at 18. I definitely see it doable considering they got tomorrow and then the next day and then 2 more games tonight. So breaking 20 chicken dinners, just to kind of put that into perspective, Team Liquid are at 10 and Team Queso are at 10. So they would have doubled their win count up against those other squads who are the closest, but still yet so far. So Alpha7, what a team. Definitely a team to be studied if you are these other squads in the lobby, looking to up your game, looking to maybe, you know, check out Alpha7, check out their rotations, check out how they take team fights. Like, definitely highly recommend it, right? Especially for any of these squads who are going to qualify to PMGC. They are going to need to study Alpha7. That way they know who they're up against and how to counter them potentially, if there is even a counter, honestly, at this point, because the whole squad, they're just so good.
Yeah, they mesh really well together. They've had a ton of experience working alongside each other in loops here, taking some shots across the way. So we'll keep that in touch. But I love what you're saying there, because you kind of keep seeing different iterations of them. They can regain, but then you look at their Sandhawk map and they dealt 1,300 more damage than they actually took and didn't have to have any resets. That's just playing their positioning, what they're good at. The ability for them to get long range engagements plus those close range, it's just been insane to watch.
Yeah, they all know how to hit them shots, and their teamwork, their communications on point, and all in all, it's just, they're the world champs. I know we keep saying it. It's a fact. Will they be dethroned come end of the year, PMGC? Well, that's a question that only time will tell. For now, they're punching their ticket. They're in first place. They got a nice, comfortable point lead between them and Influence Rage. Honestly, they're kind of just versing themselves at this point, trying to get personal best. We got Revo able to take the #1 spot when it comes to top 50 overall elimination dealers here so far, 171. So was able to create a 10-point gap between him and Kolgo, who has been holding down that position all season long. Revo eyeballing 40k total damage done in this tournament alone, which is insane. But what also stands out to me is when we look at the overall damage of these players throughout the season, we look at the top 5, 3 of those players are Alpha7 players. So it's the whole squad contributing to their success.
I mean, that's a very good way to put it, because you know that just because maybe one of them isn't up there alongside Revo in the player elimination leaderboard doesn't mean they're not out there getting damage, getting those assists and setting up Revo. But you look for Carrillo, he's in 5th place on that. And so, I mean, you've got 135 with them and then Revo at 171. So over 300 eliminations between 2 players, considering they have 549, which is just an insane amount. Crazy. And it's really cool to see. But for, you know, some of our teams here still trying to get the bearings on this Miramar map #5. Bit of a slower start. We saw that play zone kind of pull towards the south. It'll favor teams like NRG, like Twisted Minds. Intense game, you get that early high ground, so you can just start looking for information and trying to pull damage at a distance. Alpha7 will be here last, but to no surprise, maybe they will just find eliminations and fight their way in, because that's what they like to do.
Let me ask you this. Revo, 1v4 up against Navy SEALs. Who wins that?
I don't know. We saw Navy SEALs grab 10 eliminations last game, so it can go either way.
Revo, 1v4, but the Navy SEALs are in a building, in a compound.
Just depends.
Yeah.
You never know what Navy SEALs are going to show up to that match.
True. I'm going with Revo. I am going with Revo in the 1v4, even with the Navy SEALs having the compound. But honestly, Navy SEALs last game, remarkable. They should just stick to that strat, and that strat is trying to find a compound early game, hold it down, and hope that teams decide to crash it. So you definitely want to find those power positions, those priority compounds, and really let the eliminations come to you, because it worked phenomenal for them on that last Sandhawk map. Their best game so far in the entirety of the tournament, I have to say. But getting around here, getting to the circle, Will we have another pretty chill, pretty quiet Miramar early game? That might be the case. We got Team Queso, we got IG, we got the Navy SEALs, and we got Loops in Las Leonas for the time being. Pretty much the centralized position in the circle. Number 1. Teams not in the circle: Alpha7, X Factor, AGG, but it should have a pretty easy rotation into the zone. Nobody standing in their way. So gonna be a nice quiet early game here, Tiff.
Okay, you say quiet early game, and I see Team Liquid kind of shoring themselves up to look for free buildings or potential interactions here, especially after what happened to them in that last game, because I'm like, you know that they were like wanting to go on an absolute tear and have a banger game. It's just unfortunate that it couldn't have been on Sandhawk. But you think back to kind of the start of our day, right? Team Liquid grabs the second place with 5 eliminations. They've kind of been skirting the lines of putting numbers on the board, just haven't really had that stellar game they would like. They get 4 eliminations in match number 2, 9 with another second place when you go back to Erangel. So we've just been kind of very consistent in terms of the eliminations. We just haven't had any crazy massive pop-offs like we're like, oh, that's the Team Liquid that we saw initially at the top of the overall standings. But it's like, how do we get back to that? But I love that we're moving in the right direction to where we're not seeing them drop zeros.
Yeah, totally agree. Like the second place 9 eliminations game, great. You know, that's like the Team Liquid that we're used to seeing. And they've been just consistent enough, right, to remain up at the top in the talking points. But nothing that is like a wow, like Team Liquid, like we saw in week 1, week number 2. We really haven't seen that in the last couple days, honestly. And because of that, they have been sliding down the leaderboards, currently 4th place overall. Now, they're probably safe when it comes to qualifying for PMGC. But at the end of the day, some of these teams in this lobby, they're also going to be moving to PMGC with you. So you might as well use this opportunity to really try to get, I don't want to say practice, but it's kind of like the best practice in necessary to prepare yourself for PMGC. That's my take on that one. So hopefully Team Liquid could start to show up here a little more, be a little more aggressive, maybe go for some unorthodox plays, really put them outside of their comfort zone, just to kind of flex their brain muscles and really get the team firing on all cylinders like we saw week 1, week 2.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we've seen them take some fights to fight for God position throughout the past couple of days, especially pushing into the Navy SEALs like that. It's just been good to see those moments, and I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of carrying that forward. For Team Queso here, you got VIP Esports on the other side, and we also have Loops in a nearby vicinity because I saw them pull out one of them. But for now, we just gotta stay on board here with Whole Goat, patience, waiting to kind of shoot through the door. Big Milo from behind. See if we can take down one. We grab him. This is gonna help the teammates on the inside.
Got the confirm right there. Now here comes the collapse from Team Queso. Oh, Papi Pocho cooking a grenade. Oh, was able to put it away just in time. Swap to the UMP. Get that pre-fire. Anticipating the push from the squad mate. But oh my goodness, here comes Team Liquid. Talk about Team Liquid. Say their name 3 times. They show up, Tim.
All right, hit him with that. I mean, we're starting to see different action here, but when you've got Intense Game and Team Queso now both wanting to rip apart Team Liquid from a distance. We saw Intense Game that like to play that high ground and just kind of scope people out, but it's actually Team Queso that falls first with VIP Esports still having Strap up here, looking for angles, throwing down the nades. Team Liquid just like not able to get things moving. That repercussions of taking this push is so violent for them.
Got the suppressor on the shotgun. Chief trying to get the pickup onto Ayala. 2 eliminations going their way, but VIP on the second story still giving them the work. But over here, IG double point stay looking to show up and pull up as Hayuya with a double point grenade right there.
Gonna be a massive one for them. We talked about them just maintaining that high ground, but they witnessed how much chaos was going on down here. You said, are we gonna get a calm day here in Miramar for the second match of the day? No, not happening for sure, as IG just keeps on moving on in, taking down VIP Esports, grabbing 6 eliminations alone from third partying and from wiping those teams. That's going to be some nice double points.
Yeah, double points. So that's 12 right there. Those 6 eliminations definitely coming in clutch right in time, as they only got this game and next game, and that's it. They are done when it comes to double points. So 10th game, making that Dolphin proud here on Miramar game. Number 5, 18.
Let's see. For Alpha7, relatively calm start for them. They've made it into the play zone. They're situated between Glory Gaming and just a bit outside of Inco. Now, seems to be okay for now. They'll focus on just getting into a solid position before they start to fight. But the Navy SEALs, I think I saw some action go down as Molina on the ground, and they've got a building, but I'm curious to see, can we get this reset? We do in the staircase. Vicious are just a bit too far away to actually capitalize on the full. Yeah,
you got the Vicious in the south, NRG as well. X Factor a little out there towards the west, and Twisted Minds to the north. So Las Leonas definitely jam-packed with squads. I'm counting 5 right now. All these teams hoping and praying that these circles continue to shift on top of the city in our final Miramar game of the evening. Meanwhile, over here on the edge, Inco, Alpha7, and Furia.
Ooh, Revo. We knew where you guys were getting sit here to take some Inco Gaming, and active from the vehicle, trying to hit the pull-up. And I love that we're already putting the pressure on him, deny them that space, and Carrillo just crests that little heel and takes down the Elim. To the door we go, but Revo gets punished from that push.
Gonna be Inco over here. Nenabete on the high ground. There goes another member of Alpha7 knocked out, leaving just McGrellin with the grenade, cooking it, anticipating the push, but he is burning alive. There goes 2 Molotovs to flush him out, as Alpha7 eliminated at the hands of Inco Gaming.
You see those smiles on that picture-in-picture when we pull up the players? They're like, yeah, we just did that. Now let's get the regain. Let's get our homies back up on their feet. And the cool thing about this is we actually don't see any members of Inco Gaming getting fooled. So we hit a clean reset. We still have our numbers going strong. And the position that we have, yes, it's on the outside. So we'll have to rotate in. But it just depends on where you want to attack next.
Yeah, and Inco definitely going to be able to kind of chill for the time being out there on the west. There's nobody near them. So if these circles kind of hard shift, they're going to be pretty happy after that push. Are the Navy SEALs? They're setting up a gas trap right there. Oh, my dude put 3 gas cans by the stairwell, anticipating any push. That way, you can fire some bullets and create a big explosion. I see what you're doing, Navy SEAls. Some pyromaniacs here. Holy cow.
Ooh, okay, FS. 9Z.
Next level strats.
I like how we're just poking, prodding, waiting for them to peek through this, and we're going to give it to them. We're going to keep on peeking. Havlik as well from the other side. Would love to see them be able to just completely knock one player of 9Z to force them to no longer peek this, because if I'm 9Z, you have to worry about what's behind, because we see Furia in the distance, but they probably don't know that Furia could easily rotate behind them yet.
Yeah, 9Z definitely have a lot to handle here. Some potential issues. Right now, FS going to be taking some shots through the window, just kind of poking at NRG across the way. Best case scenario, take out a helmet, get a knock, force them to dip into the meds here. Talking about double points teams. Group B. Oh, we'll get back to that. Right, boy's been big chilling here. Wow, a little too slow to take the initial shot. Hayuya all the way up here at the top of the tower. Can't believe Radaboy was just up there. Big chillin'. Hayuya going to be flushing them out. But talking about double point teams, we got AGG. They're up there in the north. We got Furia still alive on the west side as well. And then Intense Game and Latin Kings, Navy SEALs, dead center. So all 4 of our double points teams are still alive, still active here on this Miramar game.
Yeah, but I'm really loving Intense Game for this one, especially after taking down Team Liquid and grabbing 6 eliminations thus far. So teams are still going to keep on moving into here. And if Intense Game can like just maintain their stake on where they are and deny Twisted Minds or Influence Rage or even AGG coming down from the northern side of things to like encroach on their territory, we should be rather good here. Furia, you mentioned them, that double point team, they got to move on in, but they're going to choose to go straight towards Navy Seals, but we've seen this before, and now the trades are on both sides.
Here comes Silence, breaching the doorway with the DBS, immediately tagged and bagged right there. How will his teammates respond? Only 2 Furia members up and at it here, trying to avoid the grenades. Navy Seals not looking to push out anytime soon. They got the compound. They're going to be holding it down. Furia down to just a solo after that blind send right into Los Leones.
Okay. Seems like a moment of just reprieve as you've got Archers in over there on the right-hand side of things. The last member of Furia. You've got to give Navy Seals props for their ability to withstand any kind of pushes where people are looking to take their place, take their buildings, especially with 3 members of that team still up.
Now listen in, or the Navy Seals going to give up their compound to get this elimination. They set up a lot of traps here. It's like Home Alone for the Navy Seals. You are in a corner, it's booby traps, so they're probably going to hold it down a little longer. Just let that solo from Furia survive for the time being. Meanwhile, the Vicious over here still 4 up, and Los Leones as well. Everybody, pretty much all the teams, just going Los Leones. I mean, it is in the zone. Nothing but Los Leones, as we're going to have some urban combat engagements here moving forward.
Ooh, yeah, I just don't see them looking to kind of full send on Archers, and just because you have the Vicious there across the street that are just looking for angles onto the Navy Seals building. And with all of the windows on either side, you're going to get caught out, especially with David here looking to cook this nade and filter it on through. If that, I was going to say, if we get a full connection on that, I mean, that is just wild.
David just lean peeking the windows, trying to see what he can. Throwing it on the table. Got this little top angle as well. Take some peeks at NRG across the way. Just intel gathering for the time being, as all these players waiting to see where the next circle takes us. Regardless, we're still going to be in Los Leones. Just which side of the city, I guess, is the question on a lot of these players' minds. So AGG going to be up there in the north, one of the only teams to really not full commit to the city. Got Caprice taking some pistol shots. Why not? So AGG, okay, I like AGG's position. They're going to be up there in the north. They don't really need to move. Melgar has the high ground. They got a lot of intel. The bloodbath is going to be down here in the south here. NRG going to be making the approach, sending it through the Navy Seals. You got X Factor and 9Z. So 3 different squads needing to reposition now in the south.
Oh yeah, but this is what I'm most excited for. You called it the bloodbath in the south, and I'm just like, let it all just go crazy. For now, it's going to be Loops finally setting their sights onto 9Z across the way. 9Z is outside of that play zone, has to find a way on in, but when you see one team going at another on that rotation, multiple teams are going to be staring at them. Teams like Loops, X Factor, even Inco starting to move on in towards the north, but NRG is going to make it in. But we have to be stealth, right? Because we're situated right by X Factor. Havlik and Baton are on the outskirts looking in, and it's a very real possibility that we all move in on each other.
Oh, we're actually going to be popping out here. Trying to go for some... Okay. Can we get the third one? Nah, we can't get the third one. Bro's in there to support his squad mates, but my goodness, how the solo from Furia almost destroyed the Vicious right there on their journey of hopefully coming out on top, getting some additional eliminations here this match.
Ooh, I mean, look at Reyes over here putting some shots down on Navy Seals. Let's see if we can get on back. Oh, I mean, look at the angles that we've got with that 4X. You can easily start looking towards Twisted Minds and got to get through the window. We take a bit of damage, but we're safe.
He vaulted through, and then the little lean peek action, little matrix action right there to avoid those bullets. So Navy Seals, they did lose 2 members down to just a duo here. to defend their apartment building. NRG still going to be alive for not too far from this. So the Navy SEALs are knocking on the Twisted Minds door right here. Meanwhile, Hayuya up here with the high ground. IG with 6 eliminations. This is that position that Hayuya took very early on from Rataboy. A lot of intel gathering from here. But people also looking in his general direction. That's going to be AGG from their compound. So yeah, Hayuya, this position is compromised. And if he gets knocked up here, you're definitely going out. Your teammates are not going to be able to crawl, to run, to vault up here in time to pick you up. So very risky position, honestly, for Hayuya to be holding down right now.
I respect it. Look, if you got to try to take some angles, it could be really nice and a high payoff for endgame. But if someone's got angles on you, you've got to be very careful, especially with AGG from the northern side of things. They haven't had to come down out of there. Instead, everyone's just filtered into the southwestern side of things with multiple squads down there. Would love to see them be able to pick up a couple of elims from that, especially if you're already on 6. And as you see that play zone, I'm ready for the update because God only knows where we are going, man. It's going to be crazy.
Everybody wants to
Centers
take
on
out...
up.
Oh,
Ooh.
okay. Yeah. So IG, huge opportunity for them. I still want to see Hayuya group up with his squad mates, though. I mean, it's going to be useless up there, honestly, at this point, especially with them being in their double point state. You want to have all your squad mates ready to support each other. Also, AGG in the north, still really strong position when it comes to placement points and the high ground. We see them right now taking shots at those squads out there in the west. So we got 2 teams in Group B, still in the midway point, almost end of this game with the whole squad alive.
Okay, well, Influence Rage here hasn't really gotten into too much of anything just yet. Could be a big one here if we start looking towards Inco. And Hayuya, if you're going to be up here, I'm curious, are we going to see you start to kind of be the third party or that we need you to be since you're going to be disengaged from your team all the way up top with this angle? Loops starting to get into it. A lot of teams, especially with that shift occurring here.
Parkour. Hayuya does have at least 400 bulls, so good third party, anything that moves, honestly. But here comes the Vicious up against NRG. David right there getting the confirm onto one of the NRG members. And look at this, his squad mates with the clutch grenades. The Vicious looking to clean house right now up against NRG.
Oh, all right. Shut the door. Get wild here. Couple of trades going back and forth, but NRG is just getting overworked there as they fall. Now we've got the positioning that they had, and we can focus on kind of taking out more teams on this southern side or even the west that people are trying to move in on.
Yeah, the Vicious, they're going to continue to push into the circle. They're going to have the duo from Navy SEALs and then the trio from Twisted Minds right ahead of them. So the Vicious feeling good after that last engagement up against NRG. We start to see the smokes come out. They're building that smoke tunnel to allow them to bridge the gap and safely make it across without being spotted. Taking the next fight here very shortly. X Factor over there on the edge as well, dealing with the loops. So we got 2 separate squads looking to make their push into this play zone. That's a grenade.
Definitely was. And now you just got to find out the person that was responsible for chucking that. And Navy SEALs just missed David here, but you got the Molotov on the ground, making everything just sheer fire. So I love this moment to just kind of focus, get everything situated before we hit this swing onto the Navy SEALs.
I'm telling you, I do not trust the Navy SEALs. They're throwing the Molotov there to put a stop to the push. I mean, they're laying these booby traps. They have been preparing for this moment. So let's see, how will the Vicious flush out the duo from the Navy SEALs? Ah! Boom! Okay. That's how.
Well, you know, you don't have to trust the Navy SEALs because they're just going to say, all right, we'll figure it out one way or another in this staircase. And honestly, if we're going to keep on blocking it off, we might try to stick this res, considering you only had 2 more players up for them.
This is risky.
I don't see this happening. Wait, less than 3 seconds. We're cooking on the other side. We still get it, but the Renok could be there, and Molina just faces an absolute firing squad, and the Navy SEALs. The effort was there. Unfortunate.
Definitely a team player, though. You got to give him that, sticking that revive to the very end till they both get taken out. So the Vicious still just steamrolling here in Las Leonas, making their way up to the zone, up in the north. They're going to be following the trail of Twisted Minds. Going to be the team pushing ahead of them, pushing right into IG. So Twisted Minds, they're going to be aware of the Vicious pulling up right behind them. They're setting up. They're waiting for the push across the road.
Oh, I mean, Hayuya, look at that push right there. We extend out just a bit too far. We go down insanely low. All's well, though. We hit a regain here. But I mean, at what cost?
Yeah.
At what cost is living up here?
The Penthouse, he has 3 eliminations, so at least, like you mentioned, putting in some type of work over here. So Loop's going to be trying to push forward here as well. Going to be right underneath Hayuya on their perch, but Twisted Minds on their defend here. The Vicious forced to push across the road, and all 3 of them eliminated just like that. The Vicious going out with 7 eliminations.
Still a really solid game in terms of eliminations they were able to get. It's kind of mounts back towards what we saw them getting double digits just a few matches ago. But Loops, Twisted Minds, I'm just waiting for this to like kind of get cleaned up. Which team will kind of win out the South? If you think of Sandhawk, it was Loops, right? They were the last standing team in the South side of things, and it very well could be them again.
See, cooking a grenade, knows exactly where his opponent is, looking for that bounce, and there it goes with the quick pop-up, taking down Obscure with the UMP. My homie with the squad wipe practically onto Twisted Minds here. 5 eliminations going towards Loops.
It's pretty strong. We knew that was going to happen. We were talking about it. We're like, Loops is pretty good at clearing out the southern side of things, but you've got to keep on moving. We still have to deal with Hayuya, who is just kind of up there on that high ground, who has to move to get back on up with his teammates, who are on 7 eliminations in total, but down to only 3.
Yeah, Loops are aware of this player up here. We see them continuing to look up here. I have to assume Hayuya tried to third-party their approach into the zone, and we also hear the shots, of course. Hayuya taking shots over there on top of Influence. So only a matter of time before he is forced to push off of the high ground because it is no longer in play. Meanwhile, the elimination feed, we got Inco looking to make the push up against Influence Rage here for the play zone.
See nades being thrown all around towards Inco and Juancho. It's almost like you tracked it. It got cooked and it bounced and it just knocked him. So really unfortunate that Inco is on the receiving end of this. Looks like Hayuya is going to fall, and that's unfortunate elsewhere from that high ground. Gets pulled apart from there. For Vitaly here on the low ground, looking to see if maybe we can get Juancho back up on his feet. But you see the explosions, you're like, maybe you should come over here.
So many grenades getting tossed here. Inactive, I saw with the 8 times, looking to zoom in on little boy's face right there. Let's see what we can accomplish. There goes Hayuya. Still, sure, 3 eliminations, but your teammates could have definitely used your help, especially right now on their defense up against 1, but 3 different teams. Yeah, Hayuya with the replay cam falling to their demise. So Influence Rage preparing for battle up against Inco. Inco, all 3 squad mates, they got the grenades locked and loaded. They got the Molotovs. They are ready to let this one rip here with a soft 2-2 split from Influence. So they're looking to thread the needle.
They really are, and especially if you can take down Inco on the other side. Law here, looking to get those angles. That 4X really giving that brilliance there. Little boy, though, falls to Loop, so we're still being angled by multiple squads here, down to the final 5 teams. Hopefully, we can see these frag grenades do the brunt of the damage, because we're just looking for Juancho, who did get picked back up. But if we're going to thread the needle through the smokes, that could be the one, but it doesn't seem to do it.
Let's see, one more with the follow-up. Inco trying to go for a pickup over there. Looks like somebody does get knocked to the play zone as well. So it is just an all-out brawl as we are in stage 9. We got 5 teams alive. There's no more circle after this. It just straight up centers up.
is going to be a really good end game here for Miramar. Nino on your screen, DBS in hand, and I don't hate it, but Neilzada, we've got to stay up here, especially if you're just going to be the duo from Loops going on into it. Influence Rage, well, they initially had the numbers. One gets knocked and one falls incredibly low, which AGG from the north side of things, only with one elimination, still trying to push on, and you can see Melgar across the way, maybe looking for the connection onto Neilzada.
Nino, hello! DBS shots right there coming in clutch. Loops, 5 eliminations, trying to flush out. AGG over here. AGG, double point stay. Neilzada jumping down. UMP pre-fire right there, connecting onto LaRosen. The jump shot not able to connect because Diego's here with the pre-fire UMP.
Oh, Loops Falls has 6 eliminations, and it's Influence Rage's Diego last standing. But you can see you've got AGG on the other side. I wouldn't be surprised if we look for the push, but the shout comes on in, and Diego still standing here, bringing it to a 1v1, and despite the pull, we do not see that. Holy All Glory Gaming, you tried there, but Influence Rage grabs the win with 8 eliminations.
His name's Diego. He gets the win. He gets 7 eliminations to himself right there. That's gotta feel good. Such a challenging end zone right there. You never know which corner will be your last. So many different opponents just lurking, waiting to just drop a DBS shot right into the dome right there. So Diego clutching it out. AGG, double point stay, make it to the late game, but only 3 eliminations. So could have done a little better, but regardless, second place, I'll take that.
Gotta take it, man. Look, it's been the day of solo performances. We looked at Ayala earlier, holding it down inside that hardcover POI. You look at Reyes, right, from the Vicious, who was able to have a tremendous game earlier in the day, specifically map number 3 on Erangel. And now you've got another solo coming up, Diego for Influence Rage. 8 eliminations total for that roster, but Diego having 7 of them is probably the top performance we've seen yet from a solo representing a team, right? And the fact that they get the win is huge. Influence Rage, you're in second place for a reason, and they continue to excel in that spot, and it's nice to see them there. Twisted Mind's also a roster that is great, but Influence Rage has been highly consistent. They deserve and they belong in that second place spot without question. And as far as other top performers, I look at the Vicious again. They have another great game with 7 eliminations. Furia drops the ball, 12th place, 1 elimination, which means the Vicious is going to continue to gain on them. I really feel, Tiff, that the Vicious is going to pass the Furia at this point.
You think? You think that's going to happen?
I really do.
I mean, it would be really interesting to see if that's what's going to happen. We were talking about it. None of these teams are going to have double points after today. It's just going to be done by sheer willpower. And if the Vicious keeps racking up some nice amounts of eliminations, I mean, I'm talking 7 from this game. And you think about that Erangel game where they won with 16 eliminations, it's possible.
I think it is. I don't know. The desk has at times been very critical about Furia, and I'm always like, well, I don't know. I just don't know if I agree with that. But now I'm starting to see Furia might be the team that's going to drop out of the top 7. I really believe in the Vicious fully. Inco, though, great game from them. Inco yesterday, Dave, was performing very, very well, and Inco finally get a good game under their belt. 5th place, 8 eliminations, just behind that of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, these are players that they've been here before. They have the experience. We saw last season, Wancho was the coach, now on the squad, gunning it out. We got Nenabete showing up for eliminations, and honestly, they really conducted themselves in a great manner this game, where these urban combat finishes are so challenging for his teams because it's not a situation that you always find yourself in, right? So for them to be able to walk away with 8 eliminations in that 5th place, that's a really great game for Inco.
Yeah, without a doubt. Inco performing well. Intense game. They get 18. They're a roster that's been on their double points. They're finally waking up when it comes to map 5. We really hope they have a strong finish on map number 6. AGG, not the best day. That's just the way it is. Granted, they do get second place with 3 eliminations. That'll net them 18 points, but you do got to question if they had an earlier start, would it have made an impact? I think so. I really do, but it's a little bit too late for that at this point in time. And then X Factor, you know, a roster that was much hyped up at the start of the season, have not lived up to what I wanted them to be as we get closer to day number 20. And when we look at the overall standings and see what changes, does anything even start to change? And it does. Loops will move over Team Queso. So once again, the inconsistencies from Team Queso, they're still there. Do they drop out of top 7? Dave, I don't think so. But, you know, Loops, they continue to just hammer away, right, at that 5th place spot.
Yeah, Loops continuing to maintain. We see Furia 7th place. They got one more game for their double points. They got one more opportunity to really try to strengthen their gap between them and the Vicious. The thing is, the Vicious, they've been catching up without any more double points on the horizon. Yeah. They had their double points yesterday, so it is what it is at this point. So hopefully when we are looking at the Furia, they're really going to try to capitalize on the double points potential in this final game. That way they can rest a little easy tonight. Now, they're still going to be on edge, of course, for the next 2 days, but at least they can walk away feeling accomplished on their double points there, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, they got like a win tonight, right? Yeah, they had a win with 8 eliminations. So that's a baby W, but you want another win to get the adult W, the major W.
That's right. Hey, by the way, shout out to Diego. He jumps up to 7th place. We highlighted Reyes for his week 4 performance. He's still just above Diego, but Diego is now in number 7th. He is the 2nd player from Influence Rage to be in the top 10. The other one is Law, who's in 10th place with 23 eliminations for the week 4 performance. So good on them. No changes on the 2nd page. AGG is at a standstill. They just cannot get onto that top page. But even though we're on the 2nd page, we'll leave that tiff. I'll leave you with, Alpha7. They've got one more game today. They can reach 19, but 20, it's not going to happen today, but there's still a chance during the fall season for them to reach it.
There's a large possibility that they're going to hit it by Sunday. Like, I would be shocked if they didn't hit 20 wins by Sunday. So I think they're going to do it.
I think they can do it too, right? 20 wins. Okay, here we go. Game number 6. That's all that's left for today, and that's all that's left for Group B to make an impact. There still is a very real chance, though, that the Vicious can catch up to Furia. That would make for a very excited day. They'll need a pop-off game, 26 points away from Furia, but it's also possible. For Furia, they can still hold on to their 7th place, but they need a massive Game 6. That's truly what it's going to come down to. As we do go into the break, though, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with one of my favorite players. I think he's got a lot of charisma. I love his energy on the battlefield, and I believe in him as a player. Of course, I'm talking about Fate from NRG. Let's hear what Fate had to say.
All right, guys, match 4 is done here, and with Fate, a good match day overall. We're getting some points. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, definitely. We're feeling good. We're getting a good amount of points. We still have 2 more matches, so we have to stay locked in. We could be doing better, but it's fine. Hopefully we were able to secure those wins at these last 2 matches.
We always ask who's IGLing, etc. But like, you're up front here now. He's like on the front now, and I'm sitting outside here watching the matches, and I hear you. It's you calling the shots. So are you IGLing? You co-IGLing? What? I mean, Spec's not to say a very loud person when he talks, but I can hear everything you say pretty much.
Yeah, I didn't know you did, but I don't know. It's honestly all over the place right now. It's the last week, so we're trying different things, but it kind of instinctively, I'm like IGLing, and I just say calls because I see them, and I'm like, okay, we need to do something, and I'm just gonna call it because something needs to happen, right? So yeah, I guess I'm IGLing. So yeah, I would say me.
No, I love it. I mean, it's intense. You're intense. It's fun to hear them. You're like, go there, we'll do this, bro.
Thank you.
Hope you get a win today. All right?
Yeah.
Thank you, bro. Let's go.
And welcome back, everyone, and good morning to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, Day 18. The end is near, not only for the season, but also for today. Only one more game remains. We're hopping into game number 6, which is on Erangel. The last chance, and I've said this a couple times now, from previous days, but also today, the last chance for Alpha7 to get their third winner chicken dinner of the day, but also for Group B, their last chance to earn points. And for Furia, this is their life raft. This is their opportunity to stay alive, stay afloat as far as I'm concerned within top 7. If they do not do well in this final game of the day on their bonus points, I'm calling it here. I think the Vicious will pass them up by day 20. The Vicious, they're on the up and up. Furia, they've been skating by. So this is a must win or a must do for a massive game. If they don't get it, I think that's all she wrote for this Furia roster, at least for the fall season. They will not be going to PMGC. Hey, but game number 6, it's ready to go. I'm excited to get into it. Furia, I beg of you, have a good game. You know what's at stake here. The Vicious are tracking you down, and they are hungry. They want that PMGC slot. As far as the other rosters go, I think they're relatively safe. I don't think anything is going to be moving about, but really the battle is for that 7th and final placing. Who will get it? Let's find out if they can hold on to it. Mustache Dave, Spider Tip, take it away.
I feel like that was charged, right? So Furia, you're gonna have to do something here. Reflections is gonna lose it, right, Dave?
Do something, Furia, because you know what? The double points winner chicken dinner is not enough, according to Reflections, who wants you just to do better, do more, do more.
A nice 8-point win over there on Miramar in match number 2 to get 36 points. So Reflections is like, do it again. You can clearly do it, but I want to see it done again. And here on Erangel, you get another kind of different plane line. So at least even though we saw a different plane line the second time we got Erangel today, we both had that kind of island off to the northeast of Ruins ending. So something has to give here. Something has to be different.
Yeah, honestly, Team Liquid would love that at this point of the evening. So that way they can end their day on a high note in preparation for tomorrow. Tomorrow, Group C, that's going to be Inco, Loops, Team Liquid, and Team Queso. Those 4 teams will be on their final double points day of the tournament. So they could get some zone luck here. And they don't. But they're not even dropping down there no more. They just threw in the towel. They say, listen, we're not getting any military base circles. Not at all tonight. We're going to stay near prison for the time being, not to mention the plane path. But circle number 1, Stalber, Severny, Kameshki, Lapovka. Very unusual zones here tonight for Erangel, not gonna lie, but that's what makes it entertaining to see how these players react and adapt here.
I mean, look, if you're Inco, you don't really have to react and adapt to much. You're just like, this is fine. I'm good. I don't really have too far to do anything. So for Furia, yeah, you're going to have a bit to go, but let's focus on getting kind of that loot quality up first, because Furia, Alpha7, IG, they still go over to the Georgia Pool side. They can focus on that loot pattern. And I mean, they're used to rotating out from the side. You just have to go a little further.
Yeah, I'm looking at teams who, I'll still look at Group B, and I'm trying to think like who really capitalized on their double points. Now, Furia, they had 1 win, 8 eliminations, like a 30-something point game. Okay, that's good, but I'm kind of with Reflections. Like, I'm talking about capitalizing. I'm talking about giving it your all, really having a pop-off day. I can't say none of them, any of them had a pop-off day. Navy SEALs had a pop-off performance, but doesn't really impact their overall, unfortunately. So out of this group specifically, unless Furia get a solid win, I'm seeing what Reflections is saying. I'm seeing where he's coming from. I'm seeing where he's going. Because honestly, Group B they didn't put in enough work here today, Tiff.
I feel like, we hear that every single week. And quite frankly, at least they're learning and we're taking moments where some of them are grabbing wins. It's just obviously not enough in comparison to some of the other teams that we've been witnessing. But then you think of like teams that have made the most out of their bonus points, and that's teams like Influence Rage. Like, you know, they've got over 200 of them and they're situated in second place, and it's crazy. And then you come in today and they still get an 18-point win. It's been solid movement throughout of them. So it's like you're either challenging to like completely throw down and get some massive scores, or you just kind of fall behind the rest of them.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm coming from right there. So obviously expectations are high on your double points day, and that's only because we want to see the leaderboards get shooken up a little bit and not remain so stale, so consistent with the top team staying in the top. So we'll see what can happen here, as it does look like the Vicious, oh man, oops, Cardi missing the mark right there. Tossed the grenade, didn't go out the window, and my dude said, oops, got in the vehicle and quickly dipped right there. Oh, man. Leaving his
like that?
teammate back here.
You just got to be on there like a mountain goat. You know they're looking for that. You can cook that grenade all you want, but all you're going to do is give your information away, and David's going to look for the angles. He's likely going to get it.
What?
And there you go. Melina down and out. There goes the full, and well,
Yeah.
that's tough.
I'll still remember that one Sandhawk game, though. The good old days of Navy SEALs. What a game that was. We need like a highlight montage of the Navy SEALs just in that one game, and that's just their tournament. They defended not against one, not against two, but like 4 different teams that match, and of course the final team to finally flush them out was Team Liquid, one of the strongest teams in the region. So GG's to them, honestly. That totally changed my perspective on the Navy SEALs, that one game alone, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that feel the same way. But the Vicious on the come up here today, 1 elimination point going their way. They are on the hunt. They are trying to overthrow Furia for that 7th spot on the overall leaderboard. Now the Vicious, they had their double points yesterday. Furia on their final double points game tonight. So Furia, they see the Vicious. They see them catching up to them here today.
Well, it's a 26-point gap. So over the course of this last game today, and you've got 6 more tomorrow, 6 more Sunday, so 13 potential matches to be able to take that 26-point gap down. It's very possible that does happen, and you know, we'll just kind of keep tabs on that as we go through. They're very much similar in terms of the amount of wins those teams have had. Furia just has, you know, 1 more than the Vicious. In terms of placement points, Furia has exceeded the Vicious. Vicious is an outfragging of Furia. So it's kind of all back and forth with them. But for Twisted Minds, you know, it's been pretty consistent here in 3rd place. Some nice rotations today. And they've, you know, set themselves up for a nice America's Fall.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, they are definitely prepped, ready to go. We'll probably see them have like a little boot camp in between this stage and the next stage and really hunker down, but they should be proud of what they have accomplished here. Currently 3rd place. Don't really see that moving too much. They have a total of 513 eliminations, so they know how to get into fights, and they're going to be right behind Alpha7 in 1st place with 549. So talk about 2 teams who really know how to show up here when it comes to the elimination points, which is so crucial to the point structure of this tournament as a whole. Like, that's where a lot of these teams acquire most of their points here. So especially in their double points day, 1 elimination, that 1 point is automatically 2. So to be a strong team who is confident in your gun skills, the double point structure definitely plays in your favor almost. As talk about strong players, Ayala with the mini. Again, nice little snipe across the way onto 9Z with the 4 times to the window. Not going to be able to get the confirmation, but still putting in some damage.
All you can do, just keep that pressure on them and maybe force them, maybe not able to stick that initial res. You don't want to peek through the windows. The smokes have to go out and you have to see, can we cut off that line of sight? We get that play zone update. You can see NRG down there on that southwestern side of things, still trying to mirror Team Queso and get on in, as that play zone does inevitably shift slightly towards the center. And it's just going to be this massive collapse of everyone looking for space. And I like that we have all of our teams still up with the large majority of players still in it, because this just seems like the chaos is about to unfold.
Yeah, and right now we got Yasnaya as one of the main towns, one of the main focal points of this circle, and then the fields to the south of that, just a barren terrain with a couple hay bales to work with. So not a lot of hard cover when it comes to the southern part of the Yasnaya field. So we're gonna start to see teams like Influence, like the Vicious, take up a nice little apartment overlooking the fields. That way, if these zones continue to shift in the north, they have a nice position to maybe spray down some opponents on their rotations, as we're starting to kind of see that right now. All these teams looking to get the priority spot before others, because they know with the way that these circles have been this evening, it is going to be a challenging game number 6.
I know, but Furia still out here looking to perform a drive-by for an intense game, trying to take down Poppy Sour if we can. And we pop on in, hit the reload, still on this prominent chase here. And that's fun, right? Because we asked Furia, we charged them with that initial win on Miramar to maybe continue on and try to find another solid game. Do not let the Vicious get that caught up to you.
Yeah, Poppy Sour, no other option but to send it through those fields that we just talked about, and it was immediately taken out. So AGG, double points day. They are locked and loaded. They are ready to take the fight up against the X Factor here in Yasnaya. We saw a couple grenades getting tossed their way. Didn't see any knocks, but this is going to be the northern part of Yasnaya. We got the Navy SEALs a little south of this one, trying to third party the X Factor, but really, AGG, I know deep inside your gut, you want to just turtle up and not do nothing. You want to be content with your compound. You want to be happy that you're in the circle. But this is the last game of your double points. You need to be proactive. Let's see if they can get involved. Let's see if they can get a pick here and make the collapse to hopefully get some points on the board.
Would have been nice for them to be able to catch the Vicious and kind of keep on moving forward. But you're right, for AGG, currently only on 1 elimination. It's just been kind of a slow day for them. And it is the last double points day. You're not going to get this again. You're just going to have to fight on normal days after this, where the rest of the teams are still trying to use theirs. For IG, their last double points game, well, they're down to a solo. And X Factor and AGG, they're just kind of committing these nades back and forth.
Looks like they tossed about 4 different grenades, really not hitting the mark yet. Ton's angle in the doorway, just predicting any type of push. See a smoke, but AGG gonna let that dissipate here. If AGG, if they were serious, they would toss out smoke, close the gap, and just clear each room one by one as a whole squad. Really just flush them out of that apartment and get some points, but don't believe we're going to see that. They're going to be content, and that is what I was worried about. So Alpha7 up here to the north of Yasnaya, cruising. Going to find this little house to hold down for the time being. Team Liquid down here in the south, going to be just sending it right on in between Influence Rage.
Yeah, we got to get Mythic picked on back up, but doors are open every which way, so we got to start closing them, making sure we can cut off these lines of sights. But just like that, Law's actually going to be able to pick up Ayala, and Chief is like, all right, well, let me try. Let me see what I can do. But knowing that 2 members of Team Liquid are down and out, and Diego, everyone wants to start pushing into Team Liquid. We're going to have to turn around and fight back. Wow. I just don't see us being able to stick these reses, but we insta-hop it, pop on off, and you see the nades being connected through the outskirts. We're still alive, and Chief is sticking it.
Oh my goodness. The crossfire right now for Influence Rage just coming in clutch. Law's angle able to fire through the window. Hello, there's Diego. through the window, getting a connection right there. Mythic back against the wall, tossed, and another smoke. Cardozan still alive. Mythic going to be pre-firing right now through the doorway, through the window. No time to heal. Finally able to get to the second story. Pop the bandage, but there goes the Navy SEALs with the third party.
Just a full breakdown that I was not expecting from Team Liquid. You can guarantee they are never going to try and be in that building ever again because the angles are just atrocious. And Influence Rage is like, well, thank you so much for those eliminations. I'll take 4.
Cardozan, last one alive for Team Liquid as this squad trying to prepare for their double points come tomorrow. Doesn't look like they'll be able to accomplish much here this game. 4 eliminations going the way of Influence Rage. Still trying to flush out Cardozan, but let him be. Let him be. You know, he suffered enough here tonight.
I mean, they've had a pretty solid day there for Team Liquid. I've been really impressed with it. It's just unfortunate that that building was so detrimental to them. And Influence Rage is just like, look, we're fresh off that win on Miramar. We had 8 eliminations there. I would love to keep that momentum moving forward. But Team Queso, that slipped a bit, is trying to answer back. I mean, we had a bit of a fall from grace, and I would love to see them get mixy here in the center, especially when that play zone update comes through and all of these teams are just in this area, just on the south side of Yasnaya. We don't really have to move anywhere. Teams are going to look to come to us.
Yeah, the conflict between Team Liquid and Influence pretty much allowed Team Queso to push up another building a little closer within range, within grenade range, as now Influence is going to be taking a bunch of shots, but honestly, AGG double points day. What have they been doing in the north? We'll have to pay attention to the elimination feed because Cardozan, the one-man wrecking ball, using all his grenades, has the level 3 vest at least. One more smoke. Looks like Influence going to be prioritizing the regroup here, honestly. I don't see Cardozan really clutching it out. Just gonna survive a little longer, honestly.
That's okay. I mean, like, there's not much you can do here. You just had a bad day. You had a bad game right here. It's not even a bad day. It's a bad game, and that's okay. We still have 2 more days. You're secured inside that top 5 for now. We'll just chill. We'll turn the attention to All Glory Gaming that seems to be performing an absolute rundown of Alpha7 and Adrian with a shotty. We ramp on over the vehicles. What are we doing, Melgar? Because this is getting a little wild.
Oh, yeah. Why take the fight? Just run them off the road right here. Take out the pan. Why don't you? We see the vehicle on fire. It's time to cook some eggs. It's going to be AGG out here on the blind rotate. 2 of the members still alive in the blue zone, avoiding the shots here, not only from Alpha7, not only from 9Z, not only from Twisted Minds, but now from NRG. Can the duo survive? AGG, the final game of their double points day, trying to make the best of it here. And we are sending it. Hello! Boom! Not able to get the final shot right there with the shotgun backseat buggy play.
I'm sorry, but if that actually went through and we get that elimination for them, that is the coolest thing I've seen in a very long time. It does not come through, but a valiant effort to make happen.
If he would have gotten that shot, 20 points. I'm sending the email. I'm putting the stamp of approval. That would have been 20 points, but it didn't happen. Melgar, last one alive for AGG. Over here, X Factor up against NRG.
All right, well, let's see what you got, Capri's here. Hiding on out, tries to move the vehicle just a little. Havlik down and out behind you. The only player on X Factor with eliminations. And through the smoke, we should be able to maybe get on over to Capri's. But I see the hesitation, right? We don't want to find ourselves, considering you got Twisted Minds on the right. And then you have kind of the remnants of one team out towards the left-hand side of things. So a little bit of a dire situation, especially with Melgar from AGG nearby. We do get the res, and that's okay. But still, we expected a bit more chaos here for this last map of Erangel, and then we turn on over to 9Z with the DBS, pushing on to Wancho around the corner.
See ya. 9Z taking out Inco. Good news for X Factor, but X Factor already down to just a duo. with 2 eliminations. Next circle goes up. Melgar, big chillin'. Twisted Minds out here trying to get some runovers in the smokes, pulling up on the duo from X Factor, but also getting third party. Is that Melgar, the solo from AGG, popping up trying to get some eliminations? Yes, it was. Twisted Minds, though, still alive in the dip.
Well, X Factor down and out with 3 eliminations, and AGG is going to need to, especially if you're Melgar, knowing that you only have 1 elimination. So looking down the barrel at Twisted Minds with 1 already knocked, 2 on up. We don't have any frag grenades, but they know you are behind this boulder. So the gig is up. We've got our location scouted, but it's not like they can do anything about it because NRG is still extending out, looking to put that pressure on a Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Melgar kind of lost that window of opportunity. He had 2 Twisted Minds squad mates bleeding out. Melgar could have popped in that coop and go for that run over. The hero play. But he's going to be holding it down behind that boulder. NRG doing some scouting over here on the east side. Spec is getting pretty close. Sees the smokes. Twisted Minds still trying to get the reset here. Casper trying to get the off angle, but was spotted by 9Z. So the off angle is the greed from NRG is going to be stabbing him in the back right now. But Twisted Minds building a little car fort here, trying to get the heals before any other team looks to crash them. Talking about making a push, though. Here comes the Navy SEALs looking to get aggressive up against Team Queso.
All right, well, let's see what you got, Navy SEALs. You got 3 players upstanding. You're in a building. Things should be fine for now. Vicious on the other side. So Team Queso really has the best position here, knowing that they're on the farthest inside. But I love that Milos is already very proactive with looking at to who could potentially third party them. It's Furia on the other side. Furia still has 3 players up with 1 elimination on the board, but now they've got to contend with potentials for Loops to take down some of their members. So this is a fight that should break out, but I like our patience from Team Queso.
Yeah, Team Queso definitely in the better position when we were looking at those teams on the edge. The Navy SEALs slowing down just a little too soon, not taking into consideration the Vicious right behind them. So it's only a matter of time before the Navy SEALs are going to be sandwiched, and that clock has stopped ticking because now here comes the Vicious to make the push right behind them. Meanwhile, Melgar, the solo from AGG, just surviving behind this boulder, trying to avoid these grenades from Twisted Minds.
That's all right. Take down their resources. They won't have them for the actual full teams towards the end. So we just have the patience for now. Loops, Team Queso, Vicious, staying all healthy. Same with Influence Rage, but it's Alpha7 down to a duo, and look who wants a piece of them. It's going to be Influence Rage. So I like our angles, kind of trying to filter that on out, and the nades connecting on the stairway. Melgar even getting active on Twisted Minds. Love that for them, but the cross that we've set up here for Alpha7, just waiting for Diego to try to go up those stairs.
Yeah, next circle pops too, so both these teams are not in it, but they are committed at this point. Like you said, nice little crossfire. Got the Molotov, going to be putting a stop to any upward push up these stairs, but Influence not looking to send it up the stairs until they get the initial knock with the grenade here. The Rosen cooking it, looking for that angle. Here comes another one. Law looking for the bounce off the pillar, and that is money all day long. Carrillo through the window, trying to defend his territory, but Influence Rage, the numbers just too strong right there.
Okay. I mean, we're on 7 eliminations, considering our win on last map was with 8. So we're already starting to put down numbers similar to that, which is just so powerful for them. 2nd place overall on the leaderboard, looking to hit 1,000 points of their own. But the Vicious here, some good pop-off moments throughout our 6-game series. Would love to see them maybe finish with a high note.
Reyes, through the smokes up against Cold Goat. One of the top damage dealers of the lobby. Just lasering him with the fadeaway grenade. Meanwhile, Navy SEALs with 2 members on the rooftop. Whoa, we're throwing that one far and wide. Just casting a wide net, seeing what we can do here. The Vicious with 4, though. I am concerned. I am concerned for the Navy SEALs. They don't have the numbers advantage. And they are right stuck between two different 4-man teams. Nice vault from Cardi. Doesn't matter though.
Yeah, getting poked, prodded. We've got parkours, and we're just hanging on by a thread to the side of this building. So that would have snapped my ankles, but we're totally fine for now.
Saw the shrug in the player cam. He's like, yeah, I made it. I'm here. I'm alive.
Yeah, but Colgoat's like, I see you. I know you're over there. But, like, I can't get an angle on that.
Just listening to the skirmish in the building. Oh. They are 20. Oh, Milo.
Wait a second.
Big Milo. Where are the comms from Colgo here?
That was pretty brutal to witness that happen. You even get the full, you're fully eliminated there. A couple teams gonna start falling out. NRG Galaxy had 8 eliminations, and now Furia starting to pick apart Influence Rage here, who's down to just 3. But with the way that play zone kind of shifted, it was Loops that held the majority of the space. And you've even got Rafina that's out there kind of looking to put pressure onto Influence Rage just from across the way. Pops the vehicle out center of road, invests the frag grenades. I don't know if we're gonna hit Law with that, but this might be enough to kind of isolate you back so we can take this 1v1.
Influence Rage looking to get this win. They got 3 up. They got 10 eliminations. Rafina really trying to get that knock, but forced to pull back after those 2 grenades, not able to hit the mark. Next circle goes up. Influence are in it right there on the roadside, but Rafina coming back for revenge, moving across the road, does get a knock. No confirm. Doesn't really have the support from his squad mates here from this current angle. So he needs to be cautious not to get knocked on this road here. It will be an instant thirst. Does have the smokes to work with though. Really allowing him time to maneuver around here. Look for the alternate angles, but the smokes are about to dissipate, and that's why we see him pull off.
Ooh, all right. Gotta get on back. At least you got the vehicle for the end game. You still have secured the south side of this next play zone, but everyone on the northern side of things is about to just butt heads. Vicious, Team Queso, Cardozan from Team Liquid, even Furia, who's a duo up there. This is not gonna be good for any of them, and it's Loops that's grabbing eliminations towards Colgoat, and we can throw these smokes all we want to try and cover, but I don't even know if we're gonna be able to hit that reset. Team Liquid falls, and that gets credit even to Loops.
Looks like Poppy trying to prioritize getting the pickup on a Colgo, and for good reason. Bunch of smokes out here, creating a little smoke tunnel. Blocking him with the vehicle, trying to get the pickup. Really, this is Furia's game to win. I know they only have a duo, but they're on their double points. This is their last double points match here. Loops with the full squad alive. It is going to be a challenge. The current position, they got some hard cover to work with, but they might be able to get some shots out there downrange on the Team Queso at least. Throwing grenades.
Yeah, the thing is, you need to get some of those Loops players down. And you've got Influence Rage, who has a 3-up on 11 eliminations. So while we're still having to deal with Team Queso, because Poppy Portro is over here just trying to survive throughout this building and like the burning ground, Loops Neilzada has already extended so far up, once again, trying to pick up as many eliminations as possible. Yes, we're not on double points, but you think about where we are in the leaderboard. We overcame Team Queso, who are looking to have their last double points day in the remainder of this week. So every elimination, every placement point matters for them.
Yeah, and we got the rooftop. Loops are definitely winning this game. They got the angles, they got the cover fire. Now it's just Loops, the whole squad. And across the road, Influence Rage, the trio. Influence Rage have been having one heck of a game, but Rafina going to be pulling back with his squad mates, doing a little scout action. Law doing the same thing in the buggy. It's just a matter of time. Loops are looking for the initial knock, and then the full send. Looks like we are going to be picking up the squad mate. Looking to make some moves happen here. Last game of the evening, 4v3 situation.
Oh my gosh, they're gonna full send. They're gonna just look for the angles if we can. And you've got Neilzada just prone right there. Diego cooking up a nade. Maybe not ready to invest it just yet, but Loops is looking for the angles to be able to break apart the 3 players of Influence Rage.
Oh, Diego, P90, 6 grenades, Diego has been having a great day 18. It's really been on the ball all day. LaRosen, 5 Molotovs. Wow. Dropping the backpack, lowering their profile here. Maybe they can snake, get a new little angle. But Vitin's angle over there, if Influence are not aware, Vitin is going to play spoiler here.
And Lorenzen just kind of biding their time. You know, it's only going to take one to pop up and get that initial knock. But for Influence Rage, you really need to get that first so you can stack the numbers evenly. Because if you make it this 4v2 and Loops has 4 up, like, it's going to be really tough to make that comeback. But instead, Loops do get the opening knock onto Law.
That off angle right there was crucial. Vitin got the initial knock. Now here comes the collapse. Loops, they're going to start to toss out all their utility, really flush out the Influence players here. Diego with the P90, letting it rip. What can Diego do here? Can he clutch it out? 13 eliminations right now on Influence.
It is Diego in a 1v4 situation, and you stand up, you get picked apart, and Loops Esports takes the win. The final match of the day here on Erangel with 10 eliminations.
Loops, winner, chicken dinner, and right in time for their double points tomorrow. Tomorrow, Group C, Inco, Loops, Team Liquid, and Team Queso. So Loops with the win, plus the 10 eliminations. They'll be ending tonight on a high note here, Reflections.
Yeah, they will, and it's interesting, right? Because you've had this battle between Team Queso and Loops. We've talked about it time in and time again. The battle for 5th place. Team Queso has a great game to end the day. Loops, though, is like, let's have a better game, and they do with the winner chicken dinner and more than double the eliminations Team Queso was able to have. And you've got to have that energy to lock in a top 5 finish, which is a big accomplishment as far as I'm concerned. That was the original standard before we started discussing PMGC points and their effect, I believe, towards the tail end of week 3, going into obviously the final week as we are here now. But Influence Rage had a great day. They really did. They get a win right on Miramar with 8 eliminations. They get a 2nd place here. They get a 2nd place on Miramar just a little bit earlier. So 3 out of the 6 games today, Influence Rage was in top 3 too.
Hey, look, I mean, that's exactly what you want, right? You want to keep having those incredibly consistent performances, and that's why you're so far at the top of the leaderboard. And we were talking, could they even eclipse 1,000 points, which is just such a significant threshold that I think would be so cool for them to break. And you have 2 more days, but they could have did it today.
They could have, man, but you know, it is what it is. They at least still lock in 2nd place, and that's the big thing, right? They're holding that down. That's a significant amount of money, and catching Alpha7 will be the cherry on top, and they're going to have to keep fighting to get to that very point. For Twisted Minds, I think they had an all right day. I do. You know, Twisted Minds, another great roster, but NRG, they finish on a high note as far as I'm concerned, Dave. They finish with 7th place, 8 eliminations. They showed great signs of life today.
Yeah.
Not a team that's going to be in top 7, I don't think. But they're a team that excites me for the future.
Yeah, for the future, hopefully they stick together and just continue to build on the foundation that they have been laying all season long. I definitely think with a little more time, this can easily be one of the top contenders from North America, without a doubt. So Loops, though, Loops, still, I'm a momentum king, you know, and Influence, we said they got that momentum yesterday. They definitely carried it over here today. Hopefully Loops can do the same thing to solidify their top 5 position, right?
Yeah. Well, it's possible. I mean, they have double points tomorrow, which is huge. Team Queso also has double points. Team Liquid, and then of course Inco, which Inco's further down there. But now we're looking at Inco not necessarily for the fall season, but more so for PMGC. They've got the spot locked in. Now it's time to start locking in your strats, locking in who you are, what's your identity as a roster going into the global stage. Are you going to be able to hang with the big dogs? Are you going to be able to represent North America in the way that I feel North America should represent themselves, right? You know, for too long, we've been viewed as a region that is weak. We need to start stepping it up. And for Inco, for Wancho, right, we look at him to be the figurehead to go into PMGC and be a top dog. That 14th place with 0 eliminations has been way too consistent throughout the fall season, and it's not going to be, honestly, they're not going to make an impact at PMGC playing at that level. Furia, I wish they had a bigger day. The good news is, though, I think they do increase their lead a bit more than they had at the start of the day over the Vicious, so that kind of gap that the Vicious has to clear is pretty substantial, but they've got a couple more days to do it. But the big one, right? Alpha7, Tiff. They finished with 18 winner chicken dinners, 550 eliminations, but more importantly, they are so close to 1,100 points. And Influence Rage right on the dot. They hit 1,000.
Hey, they did it. We were asking, could they do it? And to hit it right on the nail, 1,000 exact. Congratulations, Influence Rage, for making that happen. Twisted Minds, though, still hanging out there in 3rd place. Team Liquid, Loops Esports, rounding at that top 5. I loved the shift of Loops Esports today, kind of jumping over Team Queso. But it's not like that gap is too substantial, considering when you think about Team Queso tomorrow having their double points days. Will this shift? Will Team Queso be actually able to hit triple digits on bonus points?
Ooh, that is the question, isn't it? It's not going to be easy, though. I mean, Team Queso on their bonus points day, look at the number, right? 87. They've got bonus points tomorrow, but they have the lowest by far, even on the second page.
Yeah, honestly, they obviously, looking at this, have not performed the best to capitalize on their bonus points, but at this point in the tournament, I don't even care about the first 3 weeks, because tomorrow is where it counts. Tomorrow is the final bonus points day for Team Queso, and it is the day that they need to rack up these bonus points to secure their slot to PMGC. So forget about the last 3 weeks. It really is all about tomorrow for Team Queso.
Ooh, I like that energy. I do for AGG. It was really about today. They needed at least to get onto the top page. Now they're too far behind, and I just don't see any magic happening for AGG. Of course, Enigma's heart's going to be broken from that one. He's been supporting them so hard. For NRG, though, Sunday, they have double points. Again, I think top 7 is just a little bit too far out of reach, especially when you consider Team Queso about to be on double points, and as well as Loops, who have just been on fire. Furia would once again be the standard, much like it is for the Vicious. But Tiff, NRG, they've got a long road to travel. They haven't been consistent enough, but it's been exciting watching their growth.
It really has. And I mean, they still have one more double points day there on Sunday, the final day, which is a lot to leave to be desired, especially if you're in Group D alongside Alpha7, who are just at the upper echelon of PUBG Mobile. And it's just been insane to see also. So, I mean, it's not over right now, but it's still a long way to go.
That's it. Well, they need a miracle run, and miracles happen all the time on Earth. They haven't happened to me yet, but I'm hoping that at least that one will come my way. NRG, hey, give me my first miracle in life. That'd be spectacular. It was a good day, though. 6 incredible games. Alpha7 continues to just dominate and do so well, and Influence Rage setting the standard as well. What it requires to be a great team, 1,000 points. That's significant, and more than Alpha7 Team Liquid was able to accumulate during the spring season. Granted, that was 15 days versus 20, but even still a remarkable accomplishment. Tiff, back to you. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Final words are just keep on keeping on. It is the home stretch. We only have 2 more days in the America's fall season after this, and you've got to lay it all on the line. If there's someone you want to jump up, if you want to hit one more position ahead, get maybe a larger chunk of the cash here for the prize pool, or really solidify your spot and practice for what's to come, full send.
That's it. Full send. And by the way, thank you for turning that lamp on. We really do appreciate it.
Miracle. That's a miracle.
That is a miracle. It's a October miracle. And Dave, thank you for the fold-out table with the pumpkin, man. Just the energy you exude is spectacular. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Yeah. Pumpkin. His name's Gestapo, by the way. You got a name? Yeah. Does your pumpkin have a name? But yeah, talking about miracles, man. If there was ever a miracle in your life, I hope it's going to be X Factor qualifying for that PMGC slot. I know Inco Gaming have been performing a little better now here this week, so shout out to them. But I know how you're just a huge X Factor fan and really want them to show up for North America. So 2 more days to go. Miracle might be answered. Reflections, maybe.
I hope so. Hey, look, miracles happen. Just again, can it happen for X Factor? Apparently, my new miracle team, as you said it, and you bring the energy, so I give it to you. By the way, Bartolini
and Gestapo. Man, those two. That's trouble waiting to happen, man.
Lamp.
You know, keep it simple, right? Keep it simple. Hey, chat, thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate each and every one of you. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We keep the action going each and every day. And by the way, as we do close, I just want to say we do have that survey still available. Make sure you click the link if you haven't already. We want your feedback to make PMSL Americas even better. So check out the link below. Fill out the quick survey. It won't take you much of your time. Let us know what we're doing well. Let us know what we can continue to do well or what we can do better. We're looking to improve this product each and every day. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Mustache Dave, Spider Tiff, you and chat and our production crew, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow for day number 19. Group C goes for their bonus points. How will they do? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Be back tomorrow, 5 Eastern.
Trying to take out the bridge trolls. Colgo popping up, trying to get some additional eliminations, but immediately traded out. There goes Team Queso right there in third place. We hear the shotguns. Revo trying to fight for that first place on the overall eliminations, trying to get another elimination. Gets it done, taking out Team Lick.
Stick this res. We have all the time in the world. Diego still trying to get that high ground. Look for the angles, and this could be tough for them.
Lean Peak with the M4, but right there, Diego, the Eagle.
He's gonna see it land nearby. That connects. Can we get the last of VIP? I mean, we are genuinely just out here trying to make this work. VIP Esports. Are we done and out? No, we're imploding. There we go, out with 15. Team Liquid down with 9, and it is the Vicious who take the win. Gotta be wary, especially of Neil Zada over here. You never know what's gonna happen, but Revo takes it straight to him. Nino here bouncing around the rock, takes Revo down. Retaliation against what was done for Neil Zada here.
Got the quick confirm right there. Nino really low, gonna be just popping out his head for the last ditch effort play, but Alpha7 using their numbers to their advantage.
Oh, Loops Falls has 6 eliminations, and its influence rages Diego last standing. But you can see you've got AGG on the other side. I wouldn't be surprised if we look for the push, but the shout comes on in, and Diego still standing here, bringing it to a 1v1, and despite the pull, we do not see that. Holy.
What can Diego do here? Can he clutch it out? 13 eliminations right now on influence.
It is Diego in a 1v4 situation, and you stand up, you get picked apart, and Loops Esports takes the win. The final match of the day here on Erangel with 10 eliminations.